Morning and aloha. Members, staff, members of the public. Council meeting of July 7, 2026 will now come to order. Ms. Clerk, please proceed with roll call. Thank you.
Chair, proceeding with roll call. For any member that's participating remotely, please let us know who, if anyone, except minors, are present with you. Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aloha kakayaka, and no testifiers in Hana, Chair.
Councilmember Nohelani Uuhajens.
Excused.
Councilmember Tom Cook.
Aloha, good morning.
Councilmember Kiani Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha kakahiaka Chair. Aloha kakahiaka kako. Happy to be here in person. There's no testifiers in the Molokai District Office. Mahalo.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Good morning, Chair, council members, community members. There's no testifiers here at the Lanai District Office, and I'm alone on my side and ready to work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tamar Paulton.
Aloha kakayaka kako.
Council Vice Chair Yukilei Sugimura.
Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to a very special council meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Kawanoi Batangan.
Aloha kakahiaka kako.
Council Chair Alice Lee.
Aloha kako.
Chair, you have 8 members present, which means there is a quorum to conduct the business of the council. For the record, I am the county clerk, Moana Ludi, and present also with me is the deputy clerk, Rochelle Thompson, and sitting between us is our special guest, Nalani, who's going to help this morning. Also present from the Office of the County Clerk or Legislative Division staff, Joyce Morishige, Lawrence Aldana, Del Yoshida, Edgar Yoshida, and Arthur Suyama. Assisting the council with maintaining order and decorum is Council Ambassador Ryan Martins. Joining the meeting from the Office of Council Services is Director David Rotz and Legislative Attorney Peter Hanano. From the Department of the Corporation Council is the Corporation Counsel Victoria Takayesu and First Deputy Mimi Desjardins.
Let the record show that Councilmember Uuhajens is present. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Okay. And for opening remarks, we have Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Before we begin today, I wanted to acknowledge the 128th anniversary of the Newlands Resolution, a domestic joint resolution introduced by Senator Francis Newland of Reno, Nevada, and passed by the United States Congress in 1898, claiming to annex Hawaii. For many, this may appear as a distant historical event, but for Hawaii, it remains part of our living memory. It followed the Anglo-Franco Proclamation of November 28, 1843, a joint declaration by Great Britain and France formally recognizing the Kingdom of Hawaii as an independent sovereign nation. It followed July 6, 1844, 182 years ago yesterday, when U.S. Secretary of State John C. Calhoun, acting on behalf of President John Tyler, officially exchanged diplomatic letters recognizing Hawaiian sovereignty. It followed the overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom and so-called Republic of Hawaii, and the attempted transfer of our nation without the consent of the Hawaiian people. Our kupuna did not remain silent. They organized, they traveled, they signed their names. They raised their voices through the ku'e petitions and other acts of resistance. They stood with dignity, discipline, and aloha aina. Aloha aina is often translated as love of the land, but it also means love of country, love of people, love of justice, and love of kuleana. It is not hatred towards anyone. It is not a rejection of the people who now call Hawaii home. It is a call to truthfully remember, to govern humbly, and act with care. As county leaders, we may not resolve every historical injury in these chambers, but we do have a responsibility to understand the ground beneath our decisions. Every issue before us, land, water, housing, recovery, cultural protection, and the future of our communities sit within this history. If a senator from Reno, Nevada introduced a joint resolution tomorrow claiming to annex Canada, Mexico, or Greenland, would anyone in the world believe that domestic law alone legally made those countries part of the United States? So why is Hawaii treated differently? History deserves questions, law deserves scrutiny, and we all took an oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution. And that includes Article 6, Clause 2. This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. To our American friends and neighbors, this remembrance is not meant as a personal accusation. It is an invitation to stand with us in honesty. A stronger future for Hawaii cannot be built on forgetting. It must be built on truth, respect, and a willingness to repair what has been harmed. So today we honor the kupuna who opposed the overthrow and illegal annexation. We honor their courage. We honor their intelligence. We honor their aloha aina. And we affirm that their love for Hawaii will never be extinguished. It continues to guide us in the work we do today. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Okay, now please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Before we proceed with today's agenda, may I please request that everyone keep their microphones muted unless it's your turn to speak. As a reminder, testimony must pertain to items on the meeting agenda. When testifying, please direct your remarks to the council and not to any individual council member or member of the public. Each testifier will be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes on each item. Individuals wishing to testify on Teams, please click the Raise Your Hand button to be added to the testifier log. If you are calling in, please follow the phone prompts to be added to the testifier log. If you wish to testify anonymously, please sign in as anonymous, and you will be given a testifier number. Decorum shall be maintained at all times. Any person who behaves in a manner that disrupts, disturbs, or impedes the orderly conduct of any council meeting can, at the discretion of the presiding officer or a majority of present council members, be ejected or banned from council meetings, or if participating remotely, muted or dropped from the meeting. Examples of disruptive behavior include, but are not limited to, heckling, shouting, use of profanity, threatening or slanderous remarks made to any member of the council, staff, or general public. All meeting attendees, whether online or in person, are expected to wear clothing which should not display profanity, obscenity, or any message that could be considered discriminatory, harassing, or inappropriate for these proceedings. Ms. Clerk, please proceed now.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, we are accepting testimony on the ceremonial resolutions only. Chair, there's no one currently signed up to testify, but if there's anyone who would like to testify on this resolution, this is your opportunity. You can raise your hand in Teams or make your way to the podium. Chair, I don't see anyone who's indicating a desire to, oh, hold on. I see a typing is beginning. Pikachu Billionaire Chair would like to testify on this matter, and he's online.
Okay. Please proceed.
Pikachu Billionaire, we're accepting testimony on the ceremonial resolution at this time.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Aloha kakayaka. Good morning, Maui. How are you guys? You guys the first one? So yes, so I did send testimony for all of this. And Chair, if you may, I'm just going to testify one, and I'll be done because I sent testimony for every single agenda item. The ceremony every one time.
Excuse me. This is only on the ceremonial resolution.
Yes, for the resolutions. Yes. So I'm going to say testify on this agenda item, and also say everything for the rest of them, and let you guys go since I have 3 minutes.
No, you can't do that. You just have, you can only testify on the ceremonial resolution. Sorry.
Okay, so on this agenda item, I do want to support Miss Aloha Hula because I can't do that stuff anymore. My hips and stuff are done. But I do always want to help support the people of Maui and Lahaina and everyone in there. And for OHA, for whoever's going there for the support, I tried calling the trustees. I'm not sure if you guys from Maui knows, but the numbers don't work. Chair Kai Kahele's numbers don't work. They just had a meeting where they're fighting. There's in stuff. But I do want to support the people. But some of these numbers for Molokai, Trustee Luana Luapa, goes to collect no shadows.
Okay,
so I'm not
thank
sure
you.
how some of your
Thank you
people
very
are going
much.
to get support.
Thank
but
you.
for Miss Aloha Hula, hopefully OHA, CNHA, Hawaiian Council, and other organizations can help you out. And you have my testimony for the rest of the items. I'm not going to testify on everything because that would just take too long for the day. I want to wish you guys all the blessed day. Thank you for Lahaina. Thank you for the Lahui, and everything's already written down. Have a beautiful day, everyone on Maui. Aloha.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier, please?
Chair, there's no one else currently signed to testifies on the ceremonial resolution, so this is last call. And the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one indicating a desire to testify.
Members, any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony on the ceremonial resolution on today's agenda? No objections, so ordered. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Resolution 26-112, congratulating Miss Aloha Hula 2026, Faith Lynn Kealoha Pauole Aloha Paredes.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt Resolutions 26-112.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member U'uhajins, to adopt Resolution 26-112. Would you like it read aloud?
Yes, please.
The resolution?
Yes.
Ms. Clerk's assistant, Nalani.
Resolution 26-112, congratulating Miss Aloha Hula 2026, Faith Lynn Kealoha Pauole Aloha Paredes. Whereas Faith Lynn Kealoha Pauole Aloha Paredes, under the direction of Na Kumu Hula Joy Haunani and Brandon Iliahi Paredes of Halau Kekua Okala au Ala Iliahi, achieved the highest level of hula excellence on April 9, 2026, when she was awarded the esteemed Miss Aloha Hula title at the 63rd Annual Merry Monarch Festival Hula Competition at Edith Kanakaole Stadium in Hilo, Hawaii. And whereas 21-year-old Aloha was born on Maui to Joy Haunani and Brandon Iliahi Paredes and grew up surrounded by Hawaiian language and culture through hula and halau. And whereas Iliahi and Haunani share with Aloha in all their haumana a style of hula that has blossomed from a weaving of two hula traditions. And whereas Iliahi brings forth the hula traditions of renowned kumu hula O'Brien Eselu and Thaddeus Wilson of Waianae Oahu, while Haunani offers the hula traditions of Maui's kumu hula Keali'i Raishau and Uluvehi Guerrero. Both were also mentored by Auntie Pat Namaka Bacon and Uncle Nathan Na Poka, masters and proponents of traditional hula. And whereas to be chosen to compete for Miss Aloha Hula is a recognition in itself, as eligibility and selection are based on the dancer's skill, dedication, cultural connection, and readiness to represent the halau's legacy. And whereas Miss Aloha Hula contestants are judged for their technical proficiency and excellence, cultural and lineal authenticity, artistic expression, stage presence, and poise. And whereas Aloha, one of 13 soloists in the competition, received a total score of 1,161 points for her entries, and also earned the prestigious Hawaiian Language Award, which emphasizes the importance of language in hula and excellence in her use of Olelo Hawaii in her hula kahiko performance. And whereas her oli was performed in the intimate ho'ai'ai style, featuring soft, delicate chanting marked by elongated vowel sounds, and her hula kahiko, huli he'e, was a mele inoa in honor of Princess Ruth Keanolani Kanahoahoa Ke'elikolani and her beloved royal home, huli he'e, in Kailua Kona, Hawaii, where she chose to spend her twilight years in the familiar comfort of her traditional halepili. And whereas her hula awana, Kavaio Kalena, was composed by Hawaiian music artist and kumu hula Keali'i Raichel and is a celebration of love everlasting. A mele inoa, Kavaio Kalena, honors Punahele Cross and draws our gaze to Pi'iholo Maui, where elemental imagery paints an intimate portrait of home and a love story that will live forever through beautifully crafted poetry. And whereas, upon being crowned Miss Aloha Hula 2026, Aloha said she was honored and blessed to be able to share her lineage and share the hula from her halau with all of Hawaii and all of the world, and affirmed that hula will forever live. It is through us speaking out in Olelo Hawaii. It is through us to not be ashamed of who we are and to hula on. Dance with your heart out. And whereas Hula, who won the title of Miss Keiki Hula in 2015, is also academically accomplished, having graduated from Kamehameha Schools Maui and now attending Dartmouth College, one of 8 Ivy League schools in the United States, in Hanover, New Hampshire. And whereas the exceptional performance of Faith Lynn Kealoha Pau'ole Aloha Paredes have brought pride and honor to the people of the County of Maui, while honoring and celebrating Hawaiian culture and traditions. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the County of Maui that it congratulates Miss Aloha Hula 2026, Faith Lynn Kealoha Pau'ole Aloha Paredes, and that certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to Faith Lynn Kealoha Pau'ole Aloha Paredes, her parents and kumuhula, Joy Haunani and Brandon Iliahi Paredes, Dr. Cian Lei Bylock, President, Dartmouth College, Livingston Wong, Chief Executive Officer, Kamehameha Schools, the Honorable Josh Green, MD, Governor, State of Hawaii, and the Honorable Richard T. Bisson, Jr., Mayor, County of Maui.
Thank you very much, Nalani. That was so beautifully read. Thank you. Vice Chair, discussion?
Thank you very much, Nalani.
Into the mic.
So proudly we stand with all that you contribute to Office of Council Services. Appreciate you reading that resolution with your heartfelt words. I wanted to also express my strong support for this resolution, and thank you, Chair, for doing this for the Council. I will tell you that not only are we proud of Miss Aloha Hula, but the Paredes family, because they are part of our county ohana for many, many years. And we look at them and their achievements for the people of Maui County in their own rights. And here they have been doing this halau for many years. And I think the crowning glory of this is when you have your own ohana who can achieve this level of recognition, statewide. I will tell you that I met another Miss Aloha Hula. I don't know what year it was, but she says once you become Miss Aloha Hula, you live that for a lifetime. So I look forward to seeing more of the family and Miss Aloha Hula. We will heartfelt welcome you into the community in every way that we can. And I have to say a word for Dartmouth. I hope you enjoy Dartmouth College, because that's where my son graduated in 2010, or he graduated in 2014. But what a great school, too. So maybe you can teach them hula. Thank you.
Any more comments?
Chair, she didn't make a motion.
I did. I think she did. She did. And then it
second
was seconded by
U
member U Hodgins. Okay, so we're in discussion. Anybody else? If not, I am going to say a few words because I am very proud to introduce this resolution She doesn't know me, but I know her parents. I live on the same street as the Paredes family. Yeah, I live at the far end. I mean, there's only like 16 people on the street, 8 on one side and 8 on the other side. My side, I take care of security with my dogs and my 2 cats. So the whole street is safe. But what impressed me about the family, not only do the parents work here, Brandon, of course, is a deputy prosecuting attorney, and then Joy is with the planning department for many years. So I'm sure you probably say, oh, I know those folks. But what impressed me about when they moved into the neighborhood, which must have been, at least 10 years ago or so, 20 years ago? Oh, time flies. But you can't forget it, because he went to every house and gave them Molokai bread, as a token of his respect for the neighborhood. And I thought that was so classy of you to do that. So again, we're very proud of you and your family and all of your accomplishments. And we're going to take a vote, and then we're going to ask you to come down and say a few words, if you will. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Where's Mr. Johnson? Okay. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Okay, Brandon, could you come down and bring your family? And I think you're going to introduce a song or a dance. Okay.
Aloha. Thank you, Council, for this congratulatory resolution. I'm very honored and privileged to be recognized. Before I go on, I just want to thank my kumuhula/parents for guiding me and allowing me to really showcase our hula lineage. I would like to also thank my hula brothers and my hula sisters, as they have guided me and as they have supported me along the way of my hula journey. I would also like to thank the families that provided their time, money, and efforts. This journey is not easy, and it's also not cheap. So for a lot of ways, Maui has supported us in giving us the opportunity to go to these competitions and to do well in them. So I'd like to thank all of Maui for that. Maui no ko'oi.
Mai ke kaikua e nu ana I ka uluhala o ke au. A ka aina ka ilila o lalo ka waiku au hoi. Mai ka pi'ina ka la I hanau la, puka I hale a ka la. Aloha kākou. I've overcome with emotion. Standing here before you, Maui is our home. And our ohana feels so blessed to be able to share our talents, our hula with our community. And to stand here and to share this, this moment with our daughter really does bring us full circle. I'm going to let my wife take the mic soon, but I wanted to share before I do, I want to share some words, some thoughts that we shared with the judges at the Merry Monarch Festival. One of the things that we found so important in entering our daughter into the Miss Aloha Festival, Miss Aloha competition, we wanted them to know that she comes from a place of love, of great love. Her name is Ke Aloha Pau'ole, which means everlasting love, and that has been the theme of her journey. So just if I can indulge you with this mana'o, raised within the embrace of hula and ohana, Ke Aloha Pau'ole's upbringing was shaped by the values of aloha, discipline, and deep cultural responsibility. She dances for her parents, us. And halau ke kua o kala'au ala iliahi, where she continues to learn that hula is both a sacred inheritance and a lifetime commitment, one rooted in love that endures across generations. In 2015, Kealoha Pau'ole was honored to win the title of Miss Keiki Hula at the Queen Liliuokalani Keiki Hula competition. Her Miss Keiki Hula presentation paid tribute to her great-great-grandmother, Picha Paredes, a kind and gentle soul whose legacy of love continues to guide Kealoha Pau'ole's journey. A graduate of the Kamehameha Schools, Maui in 2023, Kealoha Pau'ole is currently a senior at Dartmouth College in the Ivy League, where she studies cultural anthropology and government. With a strong desire to serve her lahui, she plans to follow her father's footsteps by attending law school and earning her Juris Doctorate degree. She aspires to return home to Maui, where she hopes to serve her lahui, her people, with the same everlasting love that defines her name. Faith carries forward our hula lineages with humility and gratitude. Grounded in her roots and guided by her kuleana, she dances to honor the past, uplift the present, and prepare for the future. One day, Kealoha Pau'ole will assume the responsibilities of leading Halau Kekua o Kala'au Alai'iliahi, continuing a lineage of hula, ike, and Kealoha Pau'ole for generations to come and to serve her community here, her lahui, Mamawine.
Aloha. It's a hard act to follow there. My goodness. On behalf of her parents, we'd like to thank you so much for this congratulatory resolution. It is quite an honor to be here in front of you folks, not just as parents and, county worker, but also as kumuhula for this amazing, amazing woman behind me. She got herself into Dartmouth. And we work at the county, so we can afford for her to go to Dartmouth. We are extremely proud of her in balancing her culture and yet stepping into that East Coast and being herself through all the adversity and all the challenges that you have going to an Ivy League school, especially on the West Coast, on the East Coast. When every time she comes home, she's so grateful for the warmth, not just of the sun, but the warmth of the people and the comfort of being home. So it is not a shock when I hear her say that she wants to come home and have do her master's degree here in Hawaii and to serve her community. Again, we are super grateful. Thank you for this opportunity. We'd like to introduce Kamalei Kava. He is one of our haumana as well. On his CD, he has written this amazing song, Le Pakalana, for his makua. And we would love to have Miss Aloha Hula 2026, Faith Kealoha Pau'ole Paredes, do this mele for you.
Iho mai mauna le Makanila ve mali Pulu pe ikaua Iho mai mauna leo Ahe ahe kamakani Makanila ve mali Luana vale ke ike Kanani o ka pakalana Luana vale ke ike Kale aloha o ke ola maungoa Luana vale ke ike Kanani o ka pakalana Lana nei kupoli He koni a ka puhai Mapu mai nei ke ala Ke ala o ka pakalana Kui ia I lei kale A ala ona ona Mapu mai nei ke ala Ke ala o ka pakalana Kui ia I lei kale A ala ona ona Haina mai ka puana Ka beauty o ka pakalana Luana vale ke ike Kale aloha o ke ola mauloa Haina mai ka puana Ka beauty o ka pakalana Luana vale ke ike Kale aloha o ke ola mauloa
Thank you. That was so beautiful. Anyone else to speak? If not, we're going to give you some lei and then we'll take pictures. Okay. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proceeding with testimony on any item, any remaining item on today's agenda. Chair, the first to testify is Lauren Akitake. She'll be testifying on Committee Report 26-46, and she will be followed by Amy Johnson.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. I'm Lauren Akitake. I'm the Executive Director and Legal Counsel to the Board of Ethics. I am here today to support Resolution 2695, which proposes a charter amendment allowing Board of Ethics members to be reappointed for one successive term without an intervening waiting period. As discussed during the Great Committee meeting on June 16th, allowing one successive term would help preserve the expertise of our quasi-judicial board, promote continuity as the board undertakes significant long-term initiatives, and reduces the risk of quorum and vacancy-related disruptions. One issue that was raised during the Great Committee meeting was the proposed effective date. Following the meeting, I consulted with Corporation Counsel, our board chair and vice chair, and the Office of Counsel Services. Based on those discussions, we believe it would be preferable for the charter amendment to take effect upon approval rather than January 1st, 2027. Although the difference in timing is relatively short, an earlier effective date would allow our vice chair, whose term expires March of 2027, to be considered during the 2026 mass nominations process for a second term, further advancing the purpose of the proposed charter amendment. Accordingly, we respectfully request that paragraphs 4 and 6 of the resolution be amended to state, upon approval, which is reflected in the ASF that will be distributed to you later today. For those reasons, the board respectfully requests your support of Resolution 26-95. I'm happy to be a resource should you have any questions when this agenda item is called. Thank you.
Members, any questions now? Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I don't have any further questions or a need for her to come back when the item comes up. Aloha, Ms. Akitake. Mahalo for your testimony this morning. So when we were in committee, and I'm happy to support it, I was the one that asked about why it wouldn't, why it was the January 1st start date and not upon passage. Did you get an opportunity to consult with the board as well? Because that was the response you gave in committee, was that you're just moving forward what the board had requested.
Yes. Well, I wasn't able to discuss with the entire board as we didn't have a board meeting, but I did inquire with Corp Counsel and Chair and Vice Chair as to the discussions previously, and the January 1st, 2027 date didn't really have a significance. But looking through, given our Vice Chair is terming out March 2027, there would be a significance to the earlier start date. So thank you so much for that suggestion.
Absolutely. I fully support it and wouldn't see a reason the board wouldn't also support it.
Absolutely.
So, okay. Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Akitake. Can you repeat the sections that you wanted to be removed?
So paragraph 4 and paragraph 6, when it says effective date January 1st, 2027, it would be upon approval. And it's my understanding that there is a ASF that will be distributed showing that change to you folks.
Thank you. And do you know if upon approval is like when the certified election results are?
Yes, I talked to Office of Counsel Services about that. So it was upon certification or upon approval, or to be silent, because the default would be upon certification, which is also upon approval. And so the request from OCS was to be upon approval.
Thank you.
Any more questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next testifier.
Thank you, Chair. The next testifier is Amy Johnson, who will be testifying on Resolution 26-107, to be followed by Lori Fukushima.
Aloha, Council Chair Lee and Council members. My name is Amy Johnson, and I'm the Development Director for the J. Walter Cameron Center. For over 51 years, the Cameron Center has been the resource hub for nonprofits and social service programs. Currently, we have 27 resident agencies who provide hundreds of programs for Maui residents. I am testifying today in support of Resolution 26-107 for approval of the acquisition of a condominium unit for the Nahale Kupuna project. The Cameron Center is proud to act as the administrator and property manager for Nahale Kupuna. While this is a small project, Nahale Kupuna has brought a sense of hope and stability to our kupuna who continue to struggle in the aftermath of the August 2023 fires. We currently house 10 people in 8 units. One couple moved back into their rebuilt home, and they thanked the program for providing affordable housing that allowed them to use more of their resources to expedite the construction of their home. Another tenant was forced to retire because of health issues. She says that Nahale Kupuna literally saved her because she could not otherwise afford rent, relying only on Social Security. All of our tenants have expressed gratitude for their housing and report an increased sense of well-being, knowing they have a permanent home. The project currently has 41 households on wait list. Over half of those households are still in FEMA housing. 90% of them are at or below 50% AMI. The need for permanent, affordable housing is great, as we all know, and projects like Nahale Kupuna make an incredible difference in the lives of our seniors. On behalf of the J. Walter Cameron Center, mahalo nui loa for your leadership and commitment to our kupuna. We are honored to be part of the solution that directly addresses the need for permanent housing, and we look forward to continuing our partnership with the county, making meaningful impacts in our community. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions? Member Tamara Paulton.
Thank you. Can you tell us the name of the condominium complex?
It is Maui Lani Terraces in Honokowai.
Thank you. And this is, can you tell us what floor it's on?
It's a ground floor unit.
Oh, studio, 1 bedroom?
It is a 1 bedroom. It's a studio. It's a studio.
and
which is very needed. Most of the households that we have are single person households or 2 people.
And you're asking for action today on the floor right now? Today?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Member Vice Chair Sugimura.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Is Cesar going to also testify? I see him in the audience. He
was not planning on it.
Not, okay. I just then want to express our appreciation to you and for the Cameron Center, because until we found you, at one point the council was taking this up and we needed someone to manage all of this, all the units. So thank you for providing that service.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We are honored to provide that, and we have formed great connection with our tenants and the folks on the wait list.
Thank you.
They're good people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark.
Chair, the next testifier is Lori Fukushima, testifying also on Resolution 26-107, shall be followed by Gail Ramboa.
Good morning, Council Chair Lee and members of the Maui County Council. My name is Lori Fukushima. I am the CDBG specialist. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, for the opportunity to testify in strong support of Resolutions 26-107, authorizing the acquisition of an additional condominium unit for the Nahale Kupuna program. For the past 2 years, Nahale Kupuna has successfully provided permanent, stable, and affordable housing to 11 kupuna who were displaced by the Maui County wildfires. Through this program, low to moderate income seniors have been able to secure safe housing and regain a sense of stability after experiencing one of the most devastating disasters in our community's history. While significant progress has been made in Maui's recovery efforts, the need for affordable housing remains one of the greatest challenges facing wildfire survivors. Nearly 3 years after the fires, many residents continue to struggle to find housing that is both available and affordable. The demand for housing assistance continues to exceed the available supply. Today, approximately 60 individuals remain on the Nahale Kupuna waitlist. This demonstrates that the need for programs like Nahale Kupuna remains substantial. Every unit acquired represents another opportunity to provide housing security for a vulnerable senior who may otherwise face housing instability or displacement. The acquisition of this additional unit is an important step toward addressing the ongoing housing needs of our kupuna, while long-term housing developments continue to move through planning and construction. Programs such as Nahale Kupuna help bridge the gap by creating immediate housing opportunities for those most in need. Beyond providing shelter, this program supports the dignity, health, and well-being of our seniors. Stable housing allows kupuna to remain connected to their community, maintain access to services and healthcare, and continue living independently in a safe environment. I respectfully urge the Council to support Resolution 26107 and help expand the success of the Nahale Kupuna program by approving the acquisition of this additional unit. Mahalo for your consideration.
Questions, members? Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Patterson.
Fukushima?
Oh, sorry, Fukushima. I just wanted to clarify, you said that there were 60 kupuna names on the wait list, and all of those kupuna, they would know that these might be condo complexes, studios, small, maybe one parking stall, and they're all okay with this?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions? I have a question. How much more money do you have to buy units?
Right now, I believe we have 1.3.
Okay.
So we're looking to at least get 3 more units, well, including this, so 2 additional.
In the same area?
Yes, preferably Lahaina.
Okay. Member Paulton?
Do you know the HOA fees on this?
I do on this one. So we currently have a studio, and right now the HOA fees are $635 a month.
Thank you. And that includes electric, water?
It doesn't include electric.
Water, sewer?
It includes? Yes.
Rubbish?
Yes.
Thank you. Anything else it includes?
No. Oh, Wi-Fi.
Oh, wow. Water, sewer, rubbish, Wi-Fi. Essentials.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Gail Ramboa, and excuse me if I've mispronounced your last name. Testifying on Resolution 26-107, to be followed by Nancy Raje.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Council. My name is Gail Ramboa, and I am from the County Maui Department of Housing. And I'm also testifying with regards to Resolution number 26-107. The County of Maui Department of Housing respectfully submits this testimony in support of the proposed acquisition of an additional Nahale Kupuna unit using Community Development Block Grant, CDBG funds. Nahale Kupuna provides an important housing resource for kupuna who may otherwise face limited options in Maui's constrained and increasingly costly housing market. Acquiring an additional housing unit will help preserve long-term affordability and provide stable housing for an eligible senior household. The proposed acquisition will directly support the county's efforts to address the housing needs of vulnerable residents while advancing the county's broader goal of increasing and preserving affordable housing opportunities. The unit would become part of the county's existing Nahale Kupuna inventory and remain subject to applicable program eligibility, affordability, occupancy, and oversight requirements. This will help ensure that the public investment provides a lasting benefit for eligible seniors, including those on fixed and limited incomes. Approval of this acquisition will allow the department to move forward with a practical and immediate opportunity to add another affordable unit to the Nahale Kupuna program. Unlike new construction, acquisition of an existing unit allows the county to expand its affordable senior housing inventory without the extended development timeline, construction cost uncertainty, and other barriers associated with developing new affordable housing units. The proposed use of CDBG funds is consistent with the program's national objective of benefiting low and moderate income persons. This proposal presents an immediate opportunity to convert available federal funding into a lasting affordable housing asset. The acquisition will help address an identified need for senior housing, strengthen the Nahali Kupuna program, and support the county's stewardship of federal housing resources. It will also assist the department in making progress towards the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's CDBG timeliness requirements. The department respectfully requests the council's favorable consideration and approval of this proposed acquisition. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Members, yes, Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. So can I just confirm that this is a county owned, this unit will be owned by the county?
Yes.
So the Nahale Kupuna project is a county-sponsored project that Cameron Center is just managing. Is that correct? Okay. So and then in the testimony that we received, it sounds like this is a program meant to help survivors from the wildfire or survivors who were displaced after the wildfires. Why is it being financed through regular CDBG funds then? And if that's the case, how is the program limited to wildfire survivors rather than any county individuals?
Lori, are you able to provide some insight on that?
Chair, we're in public testimony.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Well, can I ask that she be designated as a resource so that we can ask questions of the administration when the item comes up?
Okay. Will you be available? Okay.
My apologies,
Any
Chair.
objections to designating that person as a resource person? Okay, when the item comes up.
But Chair, can I get guidance as to what is qualified as a clarifying question? Because I feel like my questions were in line with what most members typically ask of a testifier. I see. So if the testifier doesn't know the answer, then it's out of bounds. That's the guidance?
Well, it's not out of bounds. It's just that if that person is calling from somebody from the audience, that's out of bounds.
Understood. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, members? Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned something about federal timeliness requirements. Just to clarify that, so the CBGDR money has a certain time limit. We got to act on it or we lose it, right?
Regular CDBG funds, correct.
Oh, sorry, regular CBD. So basically, am I hearing you that we should have some urgency in spending our CBGDR money or CBGG money, right?
Correct.
Do you know the timeline for that money? When is
September 30th of this year.
Okay, and I hope you guys have plans to buy more before September 30th then.
Yes, we do.
Great, wonderful. Thank you, Chair.
Excuse me, you said yes, we do. You're with housing, not CDBG, right?
Yes.
So yes, we do means housing or CDBG?
With CDBG funds.
I see. CDBG is a separate office.
I thought CDBG was put under housing, regular CDBG. CDBG DR was under management.
No, but CDBG all these years, they may have moved into housing's office, but that was always a separate office from housing.
But
always.
Now under housing, right?
So Member Batangan raises a very good question because, which CDBG funds are we talking about? Regular CDBG funds or CDBG DR funds?
Yeah, this would be regular, Chair.
Went over all of this the first time when the program was created, just saying.
What? Saying
that we went over all of this the first time when the program was created. I understand Member Batangan wasn't here, but we vetted it when the program was created, just saying.
Yeah, okay, good. Any more questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And just to clarify with Member Batangan, that was Lori Fukushima that you wish to have as a resource later on?
Could you repeat her name?
Lori Fukushima.
I guess if she's the person who's able to answer the question, yes. I actually was asking for the administration, but I'll take whoever is able to answer the question. Thank you.
Well, she is with the administration, right? You're with CDBG. Yeah, she's not with Cameron Center. Yeah, the other lady is. Okay. Next testifier.
Thank you, Chair. Moving on to Nancy Roget, testifying in Resolution 26-115, to be followed by Carrie Glickstein.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Maui County Council. My name is Nancy Rajai, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Lanai Youth Center. I'm here today to testify in strong support of Resolution 26-115, authorizing the lease of the new Lanai Youth Center facility to the Lanai Youth Center. First, I want to sincerely thank you for your continued support of the Lanai Youth Center and for investing in the youth. Trying not to get too emotional, sorry, and the families that we serve. I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to Hoku Hobbs during the lease application process, the Department of Parks and Recreation, Grants Management Division, the Office of Capital Improvements, county staff, and everyone involved who has helped make this new facility possible. I would also like to extend a special mahalo to Councilmember Gabe Johnson. Thank you for your continued support of our organization and for taking the time to visit with the youth. And your support and advocacy has meant so much to us. Thank you. For us, this moment has been more than 10 years in the making. For over a decade, our board of directors, staff, community members, county partners, and so many supporters have worked together toward the dream of creating a permanent home for Lanai's youth. There was moments when it felt so far away, but we never gave up because we knew what this facility would mean for our youth, our families, and our community. Today is the culmination of years of collaboration, perseverance, and a shared commitment to our keiki. The Lanai Youth Center has been serving our island's youth for nearly 30 years. Every day we see young people walk through our doors looking for a safe place to be after school. They find homework help, nutritious meals, caring mentors, opportunities to build confidence, leadership, experiences, and a place where they know they belong. Little later on, you'll have the opportunity. Some of them will be testifying for you today. This new facility is so much more than a building. It is a place where young people will make memories, discover their strengths, build lifelong friendships, and grow into the leaders our island will need in the future. I often think about the young people who will walk through these doors over the next 10, 20, 30 years. Some of them may one day return as volunteers, staff members, board members, parents bringing their own children. I've been so privileged to have been able to experience that already. I often, so that we may begin this exciting new chapter, I respectfully ask you to approve the lease for the Lanai Youth Center.
Thank you. Questions, members? Member Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Nancy. Thank you for your kind words. Really appreciate you being here. Real quick, I want to clarify. I'd like to pass this on the floor today, but there has to be some kind of time sensitivity to it. So can you tell us your schedule? When's your school year start? We want to get this done quickly, right? Because school's coming around the corner.
So the kids are back in session August 7th.
August 7th.
After school program it's already started and it's still running from our current facility.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Nancy, and I appreciate all the work you do. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, member.
Any more questions? If not, thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Carrie Glickstein, testifying on Resolution 26-115.
Hi.
Hello.
Is this working? Okay.
Yes.
It's my first time doing this. Not nervous. Aloha. My name is Carrie Glickstein. I'm a Lanai resident, member of the Lanai Youth Center Board, and parent of 2 children who are active members of the Youth Center. I'm also in support of Resolution 26-115 for the lease of the new Youth Center. I want to thank Councilmember Gabe Johnson, of course, Nancy Rajai, the Executive Director for the Youth Center. She also mentioned Hoku Hobbs from the Department of Parks and Rec with grants. And she listed more, but all the other individuals and departments who have been working on this, I joined the Youth Center Board in 2020, and they were at least 2 years into this process. So just the Youth Center needs this. Our community needs this, and we're just so thankful that it's come to fruition. The building looks beautiful. My kids came home yesterday. I don't know if this is true yet. We're hoping, but my kids came home yesterday from the youth center, and they said they're getting the keys tomorrow. And it's the thrill of their voices that they've seen this building 2 years maybe from groundbreaking to now, and they get to be part of the first group of kids to be members in this new building. So thank you. And in support of hoping this passes today, because I can't wait to see everyone's faces when they get to walk in.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, thank you very much. Next.
Chair, the next testifier we have is signed up as Lanai Youth Center. I'm not sure who that might be, but they're supposed to be testifying on Resolution 26-115.
I don't see anybody.
Anyone for Lanai Youth Center? All right, Chair, moving on, we have Johan Lal testifying. And Mr. Lal, if you could please let us know what matter you'll be testifying on.
I am testifying on bill number 119, FD1, item number 6-22, 26-115, 26-116, and 26-117.
If you just let me know when you're done with each of those, I will reset your timer.
Okay, Johan Lal, I'm testifying on my own behalf, and the first thing is I'm against bill number 119, and I learned about this from when it was at first reading, and I just want to say I completely agree with Councilmember Gabe Johnson. There's a real equity issue with the level of the fine for the kind of loud music violation, that kind of stuff. And one thing is, I think it's going to disproportionately affect locals. It's going to affect younger people who tend to be into, loud music, stereos, that kind of stuff. And those are often like the lower income people. It's going to have zero effect on like tourists, super wealthy folks who are into different things. So it's going to be disproportionate for numerous reasons, but also it's going to not be a great use of police resources. And I spent 4 years analyzing data for Texas Highway Patrol, and I can almost guarantee that police officers would rather be doing enforcement that actually saves lives rather than noise violations. And if this kind of noise violation gets reported, an officer is probably going to have to respond, and the vehicle is going to be gone by that time. So it's probably going to end up wasting resources. So I'm against this. I don't think it should be passed. And that's it for that item. And then the other one is, let's see, I have to go back and see what this one was because I wrote down
Any
a bunch.
clarifying
Oh, yeah,
questions?
so-
Excuse me, could you wait?
Oh, sorry.
Any clarifying questions on this item? If not, you may proceed.
I support 2622 for the acquisition of that condo unit. I think that's a good model to get housing or to make sure housing stays in the local market. And I became familiar with this through Hawaiian Community Assets, where they'll just purchase properties and then they'll do like rent to buy, or they'll rent them out at affordable rates. And it's kind of like, it's a thing that can happen quickly as opposed to building new housing, which takes a long time, as we all know. So if that kind of thing can be done more, you know, just put the resources into it. It's kind of like a common sense thing. So I'm in favor of this, and I'm probably going to reach out to them because my condo is actually probably going to be foreclosed because we're behind on the fees, and then it's probably going to be bought by an investor, so it's going to be completely out of the local housing market. So it might be a thing where it makes sense for an organization like this to purchase it and then have it be rented to local people who need housing. And that's it for that item.
Questions, members? Member Paulton.
Is that at the Maui Vista?
You mean the condo that I have?
Yeah, the foreclosure one.
It's at Kihei Shores.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
In South Kihei.
Thank you.
Any more questions? If not, please go on to the next item.
I'm in favor of 26-115 for the Lanai Youth Center. Anything that helps the community is good and a really efficient use of resources. So I'm in favor. That's it.
Questions, members? Any clarifying questions? If not, thank you very much.
I'm in favor of 26-116 to acquire the water assets at Loniapoko and Olowalu. And I think as much as possible, you know, in theory, water is a public trust resource, but then the actual infrastructure is owned by private entities. So as much as possible, if those can become public, I'm in favor of that. And in general, it's just, you know, it's a smart way to have things that really should be serving the public continue to serve the public, or be more in that direction, as opposed to being used for, you know, crazy things like data centers or whatever. At least there's some regulation about how that water gets used. And it's also important to maintain water for farmers, and I believe that's required by the state constitution. So this would be a way to guarantee that. As I understand, that has not been the case with the private owner. And that's it.
Questions, members? If not, any more items?
The last one is 26-117. Okay. I know it's just like a resolution to encourage the state to take action on coconut rhinoceros beetle. You know, in general, this state doesn't really do what it should as far as conservation and protecting Hawaii from invasive species. What's, I guess, good about coconut rhinoceros beetle is that it's something that can be controlled. It's not like out of control yet. It's not like the coqui frogs where, you know, people are working as hard as they can, but they're still spreading. It's not like ohia, where rapid ohia death is spreading and it's probably going to get worse and worse. This is a thing that is actually controllable because they spread mainly through people moving around mulch and stuff like that. So this is a thing where having better regulations and rules can actually help. And then in general, I think it's also important to control how plants, how mulch and all that kind of stuff moves between the islands. So like anything the state can do to restrict that stuff, and it would help not just with the coconut rhinoceros beetle, but also pathogens we don't know about yet. And that's it. Thank you.
Questions, members? If not, thank you very much. Next testifier.
Chair, I see that our Lanai Youth Center youths are online, so we can go back to them. Lanai Youth
right.
Center. Mr. Nicole, we'll get
Hi,
to you
can you
next.
hear us?
We can.
Oh, so aloha, Maui County Council Chair Member and Dave Johnson. We appreciate it. Thank you for everything. We have some speakers for our youth. So yes, mahalo deeply from us. We have
Dear Chair, Vice Chair, and member of Maui County Council, my name is Maya Glickstein. I am a member of the Lanai Youth Center. I am 8 years old and I have been going to the youth center for almost a year now. I really enjoy the activities that they do, and I am so excited for the new youth center building. The thing I'm most excited about is the music room, because when I grow up, I want to be a singer. So I want to use that room to practice playing piano and singing. And I really want to do a youth center sleepover at the new youth center, and I will go there every day. Mahalo.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sorry, yes. I'm going to read you guys a note prepared beforehand. Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Maui County Council. My name is Alejandro Angel, and I am both a youth member of the Youth Center as well as a community member for Lanai. Mahalo for your continued support of the Lanai Youth Center and for your commitment to investing in the youth and families of our community. Your partnership has made a meaningful difference over the years, and I sincerely appreciate you for your service. I'm writing in strong support of awarding the lease for the new Lanai Youth Center facility to the Lanai Youth Center. The Lanai Youth Center has been important to me throughout my life, and the Youth Center has given me a safe place to go after school, providing me free snacks, water, entertainment, and just general comfort. And that goes to say they've also done the same for other kids too throughout a lot of years, and I mean a lot. I've been going since I was 8, and they're still giving this now. Not only have they done this for just me as well as other kids, but they've also treated me with great respect and kindness, also teaching me valuable lessons throughout my life, which I still carry with me solely because of what the staff have taught me here. Throughout my elementary and middle school years, the Youth Center has helped me shape into who I am today. And for that, I thank them dearly and hope that you take that into consideration, not just for me, but for the kids who've also benefited because of this. Awarding the lease is important because it is something that would be beneficial to the whole community. It would not only just help kids and families in need of support, but it would also provide more opportunities for kids to actually learn and thrive, with them also being able to do things like get a job over here when they're older. This provides constant support throughout any point in a Keiki's life, as well as their families here at the Youth Center. And as someone who's experienced this firsthand, I would say a new Youth Center facility would be great for this island and its people. Not to mention, this would greatly expand the Youth Center and actually make them to do more things for their kids. It would be able to make them keep encouraging them to grow with support, the feeling of being valued and inspired to do things later in their lives, whatever that may be. And with the new planned things that are going to be put in the Youth Center, this could possibly show kids of the Youth Center what they want to do in the future. For example, music or computer science, or even being a staff here. This is something that will not only help the people of today, but also for people of generations to come. Again, as Nancy said, the Lanai Youth Center is more than just a building. It is a place where young people build friendships, develop leadership skills, receive mentorship, and create lasting memories. It strengthens our community by giving youth positive opportunities to grow into confident, caring, and responsible leaders. For these reasons, I respectfully ask you, the Maui County Council, to approve the lease for the Lanai Youth Center's new facility. Mahalo for your time, service, and thoughtful consideration. Respectfully, Alejandro Angel.
Thank you. Members, I have a comment. Okay, you got my vote because you were wearing an LA Dodgers shirt. Any more testifiers? Okay, bye. Bye. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, the next testifier is Junior Nakoa. And Mr. Nakoa, if you could please let us know what item you'll be testifying on.
I'll start with the Lanai one since it isn't in. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm strong supporter of the Kiki, yeah? Because you guys know how long I've been coaching baseball. We had 30 years in Lahaina. And 2 weeks ago, we finally got our first Little League tournament here in Lahaina. And we wish we could have have Lanai come over, but unfortunately, something I won't go through. But our program went on a boat to Lanai. We took 2 teams to go play Lanai kids, and they loved it. So we got to keep the kids over there busy. We got to keep on going, and it was awesome. A couple of our coaches couldn't handle the boat ride back, but that's all right. That's their problem. The kids did good. But, yeah, so pass that bugger today. Pass that bugger today so we can get our youth what they need. Yeah? Power down. You guys any questions?
Questions, members? No questions.
Yeah. Hold on. 26-119. You know, with the music, yeah? The loud music. Oh, my God. You guys get better things to do. The police get better things to do than worry about loud music. You know, my guy deaf on this here. That's why I talk loud. You know, maybe my music might be too loud to the police. I don't know. But no waste of time on top of these kind of bills. Good night. Okay. Power down. Any questions?
Questions, members? No questions.
Yeah. What is this? Oh. Yeah, this is the one about purchasing a condo over here in West Maui, yeah? Woo! Sound like plenty of these things is we talked about in Bill 9. Yeah, you know, about how we can use these units to house the locals. The locals, yeah? And that is what this is all about, guys. And, you know, the HOA, Mahalo Tamara, for asking the question. You know what I mean? The guy that is, you know, kind of questioning this whole Bill 19. This is actually doing what we've been saying since we was living on the beach. Yeah, and educating all you guys about this Minotoyo list, yeah? This is what, like, I think Maui Lani actually was one of the houses that was promised, one of the condos that was promised with the building of all those resorts on North Kanapali. Yeah, you know, I think, I'm not sure, I never do the whole thing, but I never in the thing or nothing. But all that stuff right there, Gengi, is positive. Like, you know, like all the people who testify in support of it. It's putting our kupunas in a stable place. Okay? Yes, thank you again for the question of the one parking and all that stuff. My daughter was in the FEMA housing. She had to deal with all of this, yeah? The lack of storage, the parking, everything. My daughter just had a baby that I gotta watch every day now. And we survive in this condos, yeah? So wake up, gang, inside these guys. Wake up. You guys are talking about the things that you guys grumbling about in Bill 9. I'm gonna tell you straight, oh my God. You know, one of my good brothers said is, you know, in front of our name, we no more doctor. In front of our name, no PhD. In front of our name, only get grandpa, papa. And you know what? Maybe you gotta start listening to the papas and the grandpas and the mamas and the tutus out there, because we get a lot of common sense, Gengi. And so it works. It's working. You know, the county and the Cameron Center guys is saying it is working. It's getting our residents into the condo. So not tell me the bug no work. Okay, so that is the one I got to tell you guys. If you guys support this, which you get better, because you guys gonna get it. You seen the list of kupunas who's still on the list. Yeah. This is the way to help the people, the residents, get back to home. But a lot of my classmates and a lot of my school guys was living inside these units in Honoko'ai. Okay, let me finish. I'm gonna finish right real quick. One last one. Brother Shane, you going to Vegas for the Lahaina Luna class reunion? I going. I leaving Wednesday. Let's go. Lahaina Luna. Yes, sir.
Any questions on the trip to Vegas? No. Okay. All right, no questions. Thank you very much, Junior. Next testifier.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun.
Chair, there's currently no one else signed up to testify, so this is last call for anyone who would like to testify at the beginning of the meeting. You can raise your hand in Teams or make your way down to the podium. Chair, the countdown is 3, 2, 1. There is no one indicating a desire to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony at the beginning of the meeting? So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, we're moving on to county communications, and currently we have no one signed up to testify, so this is also last call for county communications. If there is anyone who would like to testify, this is your opportunity. This is last call, and the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one indicating a desire to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony on county communications? Let's take these two, start committee reports, then take a recess, okay?
Sure.
Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is County Communication 2621, Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee Chair transmitting a proposed amendment to Resolution 2693 CD1 entitled Proposing an Amendment to the Revised Charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended to simplify the appointment process for boards and commissions and dissolve the Independent Nomination Board.
Member Batangan.
Chair, if there are no objections, may I please request County Communication 26-21 be postponed to later in the agenda when the council considers Resolution 26-93.
Any objections?
No objection.
So ordered, Ms. Clerk. Next one.
Chair, before you is County Communication 2622, Council Vice Chair Sugimura transmitting a proposed amendment to Resolution 26107 entitled Authorizing the Acquisition of a Condominium Unit Identified for Real Property Tax Purposes as Tax Map Key 243-006-004-0140, located in Lahaina, Hawaii, for an amount not to exceed $278,000 exclusive of closing costs and expenses under subsection 3.44.015C Maui County Code.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Chair, if there are no objections, may I please request that County Communications 26-22 be postponed and taken up with Resolutions 26107.
Any objections? So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, we're now on to committee reports. There's currently no one signed up to testify, so if there is anyone who would like to testify on committee reports, this is your opportunity. This is last call, and the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one indicating a desire to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony on committee reports?
No objections.
So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair from the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee is CR 2639, recommending adoption of Resolution 26100 CD1 to authorize the county to enter into a tax-exempt lease purchase agreement through TD Equipment Finance, Inc. for Phase 3 of the county's energy performance contract with Johnson Controls, Inc.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt the recommendations in Committee Report 26-39.
Second. Okay. Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Cook, to adopt Resolution 26-100 in Committee Report 26-39. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. Resolutions 26-100 CD1 authorizes the county to enter into a tax-exempt lease purchase agreement with TD Equipment Finance, Inc. for Phase 3 of the Johnson Controls, Inc. energy performance contract. The principal amount financed would not exceed $9,021,259 plus interest at 4.49%. The administration described the contract as a self-funded model with improvements financed and repaid through guaranteed energy and optional savings. The committee discussed the financial structure and timing of the savings and how lease purchase payments related to the guaranteed savings. The budget director said the county would not expect to see savings until at least fiscal year 28 after the Phase 3 work is completed. Your committee voted 6-0 to recommend adoption of Resolutions 26-100 CD1. I ask for the members' support of my motion.
Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. We'll take a short recess till 10:42. Meeting in recess. Will the council meeting of July 7th please reconvene? Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proceeding with the committee reports, moving on to the from the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee is Committee Report 26-40, recommending first reading of Bill 73, CD1, to require the county to adopt uniform countywide administrative rules for the county grants program under Chapter 91 Hawaii Revised Statutes, while allowing agencies to adopt supplemental internal policies and procedures that do not conflict with these rules.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. Chair, I move to adopt recommendations in Committee Report 2640.
Second?
Need a second?
Yeah, I have one. Okay. Moved by Vice Chair.
Oh, what is
to approve the committee report, recommendations in committee report CR 26-40, seconded by Member Cook. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, members. I move to replace Bill 73 CD1 with the proposed FD1 version attached to my amendment summary form that was just distributed by the clerks.
Second. Member, okay. Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Uuhajens.
Thank you.
To replace the
Bill 73 CD1 with the proposed
Bill
FD1
73
version.
with the ASF that was just distributed.
Yes.
Okay, so discussion on that, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, members. Yesterday, Corp Counsel transmitted its response to the committee report's follow-up request for legal services on Bill 73. In their response to a question on which grant administration grants can be addressed through countywide administrative rules versus which can be addressed through department-specific policies and procedures, they provided suggested language to the proposed subsection 3.36.020, paren B, while Corp Counsel would still determine which requirements are addressed in administrative rules versus internal policies and procedures. The proposed language would offer some clarity and guidance. Thank you, members, for the support of this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Any more discussion? Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I'll speak to this since I also submitted an ASF to a similar effect. For members' situational awareness, this came up during deliberations in committee regarding whether or not the policies and procedures that were going to be allowed, or that each individual department was going to be allowed to create, would be in conflict with HRS Chapter 91, which has to do with the division between administrative rulemaking and internal policies and procedures. I had a slightly simpler legislative fix to what's being proposed, but if this came down from the administration and Corporation Council's comfortable with the language, I'm happy to support the motion on the floor.
Okay.
But I just wanted everybody to understand why this ASF or these two parallel ASFs were being drafted, and it had to do with the distinction between administrative rulemaking and policies and procedures. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Paulton.
Just a question to the ASF makers. Are both of them signed off by Corp Counsel?
Corp Counsel?
They proposed it for mine.
Thank you, Chair. My understanding is that there has been a sign-off by Ms. Rigglesworth to Councilmember Sugimura's. I don't believe Councilmember Batangan's was signed off. And just to say, I respectfully prefer Councilmember Sugimura's. I think it's clearer, and it sounds like you're fine with that. So we would wholeheartedly adopt that. I think it's a great way for the departments to come to us first when they do their policy handbooks, and then we can let them know whether or not it falls into more administrative rules, in which case we can amend the rules if necessary. Thank you.
So there hasn't been a motion to adopt this other ASF yet?
Not his.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm not going to make a motion to mine, and will instead support Member Sugimura's.
Thank you.
Okay, I understand where we're at now. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, ready to vote on the ASF. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Now the main motion as amended.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Oh, good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also from the Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee is Committee Report 26-41, recommending first reading of Resolution 26-216 to place on the next general election ballot the question of whether the revised charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended should be further amended effective January 1, 2027 to standardize the deadlines related to the county clerk's processing of petitions related to voter initiative, recall of elected officers or board and commission members, and charter amendments.
Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. May I please request the clerk also call up CRs 2642, 2643, and 2644.
Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee Report 2642, recommending first reading of Resolution 25217, CD1, to place on the next general election ballot the question of whether the revised charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended should be further amended effective January 1, 2027 to specify that the time in which an action must be done is computed by excluding the first day and including the last, unless the last day is a Saturday, Sunday, or holiday, and then it is also excluded. Committee Report 26-43, recommending first reading of Resolution 26-85 to place on the next general election ballot the question on whether the revised charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended should be further amended effective on passage by removing the English translation of the Hawaii state motto in the Maui County Charter preamble, allowing the original phrase, Ua mau ke e o kaina I kapono, to stand on its own. Committee Report 26-44, recommending first reading of Resolution 26-88, CD1, to place on the next general election ballot the question of whether the revised charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended should be further amended effective January 2, 2027 to allow the mayor, with approval from the council, to pass an emergency appropriation for an application for a line of credit and clarify that the 1% limitation on emergency appropriations does not apply to funds that have already been allocated to emergency fund.
Discussion.
Chair,
you didn't make the motion.
Chair, I move to adopt the recommendations in
okay.
Committee Reports 2641, 2642, 2643, and 2644.
Second.
Moved by Member Batangan, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura, to approve those various CRs, 41, 42, 43, and 44. Discussion. Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. At its meetings on June 2nd, June 16th, and June 18, 2026, your great committee met to discuss these 4 items, all recommending proposed amendments to the revised charter of the County of Maui to be placed before our voters at the next general election. CR 26-40 recommends passing Resolution 25-216 to standardize deadlines effective January 1st, 2027 on how the county clerk processes petitions for voter initiatives, the recall of elected officers or board and commission members, and charter amendments. CR 26-42 recommends passing Resolution 25-217, CD1, which establishes a uniform time computation rule effective January 1st, 2027. It specifies that legal timeframes are calculated by excluding the first day and including the last day, unless that final day is a Saturday, Sunday, or holiday, in which case it is also excluded. CR 26-43 recommends passing Resolution 26-85, which would amend the charter preamble immediately upon passage and removes the English translation of the Hawaii state motto, allowing the original phrase, Ua mau ke eo o kaina I kapono, to stand on its own without translation. CR 26-44 recommends passing Resolution 26-88 CD1 effective January 2nd, 2027. This allows the mayor, with council approval, to pass emergency appropriations to apply for a line of credit and explicitly clarifies that the standard 1% limitation on emergency appropriations does not apply to funds already allocated to an emergency fund. I respectfully ask for the member's support of my motion.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee is Committee Report 26-45, recommending first reading of Resolution 26-93, CD1, to place on the next general election ballot the question of whether the revised charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended should be further amended effective immediately to repeal the parts of the 2022 charter amendment that created the Independent Nomination Board and related procedures for nominations to various county offices.
Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt the recommendation in CR 26-45.
Second.
Moved by Member Batangan, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez to approve the recommendations in CR 26-45. Discussion. Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Your great committee spent significant time discussing Resolution 26-93 CD1, which seeks to simplify our overall appointments process by dissolving the Independent Nomination Board and related procedures for nomination to various county offices. At this time, may I request the County Communication 26-21, which was previously postponed, be recalled at this time.
Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Recalling County Communication 26-21 from the Government Relations Ethics and Transparency Committee Chair, transmitting a proposed amendment to Resolution 26-93 CD1 entitled Proposing an Amendment to the Revised Charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended to simplify the appointment process for boards and commissions and dissolve the Independent Nomination Board.
Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Referencing the attachment to County Communication 26-21, I move to replace Resolution 26-93 CD1 with the proposed FD1 version and file County Communication 26-21.
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Batangan, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez to amend the original motion by adding, recalling CC 26-21 and using and amending the original motion with that, right?
Replace with the FD1 version and then file County Communication 26-21.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Discussion?
Thank you, Chair. The proposed version attached to the ASF clarifies that the 60-day deadline under Section 13-215A for council approval or disapproval of a second nomination submitted by the mayor is triggered by the council's receipt of the nomination. Clarifies that the 60-day deadline under Section 13-215A for the council to nominate and approve the appointment of an individual to fill a vacancy, if the mayor fails to submit a nomination by the deadline, is triggered by the deadline's expiration, and revises the ballot question to refer to nominations for various county officers. For your reference, a highlighted version is attached denoting the changes along with a clean version. I respectfully ask for the members' support of my motion.
Members, any more discussion? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo, Member Batangan, for these proposed amendments. I think I have a question for Corp Counsel since we've had some time working through the INB. If there was anything else that you thought may be missing that we should be sure to add since we went through all that.
Deputy Corp Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. Gosh, it's such a good opening. I hope we got everything. I hope. We're fine with this. I did ask Mr. Colby to take a look at your ASF, and he thought that the addition of the 60-day deadlines was appropriate and okay.
Mahalo, First Deputy Desjardins. Okay, and then... Okay, and then it does also amend the unless otherwise provided in any way the council chooses to clarify that it'll be via charter or ordinance, so not reso. So for the other correction that we'd be making, I think in the cost of government, then we would need to do this before November, the general election in November. I think that's everything, hopefully. But we have 2 more weeks to make sure to think through all the things to make sure that we got everything. Mahalo, Chair.
Anyone else? Member Paulton.
Thank you. So you said Mr. Colby is reviewing this and he thinks it's okay, but it's currently not signed. Is this the type of resolution that has 1 reading or 2 readings?
Deputy.
Thank you. This resolution requires 2 because it is an amendment to the charter.
Okay, so it could be signed off before second and final.
Yes, it could be. We would hope to get a version out of today's meeting to approve as to form and legality.
Okay, and then we're on the amendment vote now, and then we're going to go to the main motion.
It was replaced, right?
Or so this is the main motion right now.
We haven't voted on the amendment yet.
Okay, I have additional comments, but I'll hold them till the main motion.
Okay. Did you have anything else to add?
No further discussion, Chair.
All right. Anybody else? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Main motion as amended. Who had many questions. Let's go with Vice Chair Sugimura. Oh, you're voting. Member Paulton.
Thank you. No questions this time, just discussion. And, it's always fun to try new things, and I feel like we gave this a really good shot. It was a frustrating process, but I just wanted to say that I'm not opposed to the idea of a blue ribbon committee or anything like that. Just having it be in the charter and be so structured was really too rigid to work through, as we have so many boards and commissions, and many or all of them are very important to the work of the county. I think that we can, if the independent nomination board would like to continue on, not as a formal committee, but a working group, I'm in full support, but just having it be in the charter in its current form was so difficult and frustrating and time-consuming, and all the things that I speak in full support of this motion, not trying to discourage community participation in the process, but I don't think it needs to be in the charter and so rigid as the way that it was. The Ag Working Group is who I take inspiration from. They're not a formal board, commission, or committee, and yet, since we've been in office, they've got so much legislation passed, and they're not bound by the rules of the Sunshine Law. They organize themselves. They come up with their own legislation at times. They speak to council members, and I think that's an excellent example of community participation that's not dictated by the charter or having to follow the Sunshine Law, and it works, So I would just like to thank the independent nomination board members and all their hard work, and the staff for the things they did. I do agree that Ms. Yoshida could use some help. Maybe some of them might apply to work with her because they kind of know the process now. But I speak in full support of this current motion. Thank you.
Okay. I was going to, Member Hodgins, maybe you want to think about it. Member Rollins Fernandez first.
Raise my hand.
I was going to ask you because you were the chair of all of those meetings. Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I wanted to echo that sentiment. Mahalo to all the community volunteers for doing their best to make the INB work, and definitely to the staff for working so hard to recruit. I'm not sure if we've had recruitment much in the past, so I think this was new, and I hope it continues, even if this charter amendment proposal does get adopted or ratified by the electorate. That that recruitment effort to attend the community events, to inform folks in the broader community about boards and commissions and applying, because we definitely need that help a lot. So mahalo to that staff, and hopefully I think there's a second position already, and that one gets filled so that there's two of them doing this important work on behalf of the community. And mahalo to the Charter Commission for trying something new. It's been challenging Yeah, I think this is we've tried it, and I think going back to how it was would be better. I think there is one question I'll ask Corp Counsel to double, triple check. One of the purposes that I understood when we were creating the INB was for more transparency in knowing who the applicants were for the different boards and commissions. Is there anything that you see in the proposal that would prohibit the council from seeing the list, not the private information of the applicant, but just seeing like who the list of applicants?
Corp Counsel?
Yeah, not their contact information or their social security number or anything.
I'm sorry, if we were actually reviewing the ASF, could you repeat the question?
Is there anything in the proposal that would prohibit the council from receiving the information of who applied, just the applicant name?
I didn't see anything. Did you? No.
Okay, so just making sure I'm putting it on the record, because that was one of the purposes of the INB, was for the council to know who applied, not for their contact information,
Right.
but just the names of the applicants. So hopefully this will also fix that, because I made sure to delete that section that ended up in the charter. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Hudgens.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting this as well, but before I begin expressing why, I would like to thank the INB and all of those who tried to make this work. This is no fault to theirs. This was a difficult process everybody attempted to embark on. And it did prove to be more complicated and cumbersome than the original process we had. And with so many boards and commissions struggling to find commissioners and quorum, I'm hoping that these dedicated individuals can be seated elsewhere and that we can staff up the other boards and commissions and also take a look at the other boards and commissions as we have been doing to kind of narrow down better what is really efficient in this county. It was a struggle to figure this out. As you all know, the chair of the great committee, but we were also, all of us together, learning at the same time. I just happened to sit in the hot seat as we learned what not to do and sometimes what to do. I do appreciate this being on the charter though, so thank you. And I will be supporting this, and I look forward to seeing the commissioners of the INB apply elsewhere, and I'll be happy to support them as well. Thank you.
Good point. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk?
Chair from the Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee is CR 2646, recommending first reading of Resolution 2695, CD1, to place on the next general election ballot the question of whether the revised charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended should be further amended effective January 1st, 2027 to authorize the mayor to reappoint members of the Board of Ethics of the County of Maui with the approval of the council for one successive term without an intervening waiting period.
Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt the recommendation in CR 2646.
Second.
Moved by Member Batangan, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura to approve the recommendations in Committee Report 26-46. Discussion, Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Currently, experienced Board of Ethics members must sit through an intervening waiting period before they can serve again. Resolution 26-95, CD1, would authorize the mayor to reappoint Board of Ethics members for one successive term, subject to council confirmation, keeping critical institutional knowledge intact. At this time, may I please ask the clerk to distribute my amendment summary form?
They did.
You got it, okay. Thank you, Chair. I move to amend Resolution 2695 CD1 in the 4th and 6th be it resolved clauses by striking January 1st, 2027 and inserting in its place, quote, upon approval, as shown in the amendment summary form and attachment.
Second. Get moved by Member Batangan, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez on the amendment. in the ASF, which was just distributed. Discussion, Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. At the request of the Board of Ethics Executive Director, this proposal would have the proposed charter amendments effective date take immediate effect upon approval by the voters. As stated in testimony by the Executive Director, this amendment allows the county to benefit from retaining experienced board members right away without an unnecessary interval period.
Okay. Any more discussion on the new effective date? No? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. Main motion as amended. Any more discussion? Member Paulton.
I just wanted to say I speak in support of the motion and that this isn't like an automatic re-up. Yeah, you still have to apply. You still have to get nominated by the mayor. You still have to get confirmed by the council. So it's not like, you know, if somebody's doing bad work, bad attendance, and like that they're going to just automatically be on. I think there's sufficient safeguards in place to allow this to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. Thank you, members. Ms. Clerk.
Chair from the Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee is CR 2647, recommending filing of Resolution 24-100 to place on the next general election ballot the question of whether Article 9 of the revised Charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended should be further amended effective July 1st, 2025 to minimize wildfire risk by authorizing the use of the Open Space, Natural Resources, Cultural Resources, and Scenic Views Preservation Fund for the regular removal and disposal of fuel hazards.
Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. May I please request the clerk also call up CR 2648, CR 2649, 2650, and 2651.
Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is the following committee reports. CR 2648, recommending filing of Resolution 25-215 to place on the next general election ballot the question of whether the revised Charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended should be further amended effective January 1st, 2027 to clarify that council meetings must be publicly noticed and held in compliance with state law by eliminating the outdated requirement to publish notice in a newspaper of general circulation in the county and replacing the term public hearing with public meeting. CR 2649, recommending filing of Resolution 2687 to place on the next general election ballot.
Oh, Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you take out 49? I'd like to vote on that separately.
Okay, sure.
No objection.
Ms. Clerk, where are you?
Well, I'll skip 2649 and go to 2650.
Okay.
Before you is CR 2650, recommending filing of Resolution 2689 to place on the next general election ballot the question of whether the revised charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended should be further amended effective January 2nd, 2027 to allow the mayor to transfer all or a portion of an unencumbered appropriation balance within the same department subject to a reporting requirement and maximum amount to be established by ordinance in the Maui County Code. And CR 2651, recommending filing of Resolution 2694 to place on the next general election ballot the question of whether the revised charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended should be further amended effective January 2nd, 2027 to allow digests of all county council bills that pass first reading and the votes on each bill to be published online in a website maintained by the county instead of in a newspaper of general circulation in the county at least 3 days before final reading.
Mr. Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, members, I asked the clerks to call up all of the resolutions that the committee recommends for filing. Is there anybody who would like to separate an item out for independent consideration except beyond 2649 that Member Johnson already asked for? Okay, so that being the case, Chair, I move to adopt the recommendations and file the resolutions in committee reports 2647, 2648, 2650, and 2651.
Moved by Member Batangan, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura to adopt the recommendations in CR 2647, 48, 50, 51. Discussion, Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Your great committee recommends filing these resolutions because they require alternative legislative mechanisms, broader discussion, or policy tools outside of a charter amendment. CR 2647 recommends filing Resolution 24-100, which sought to open up the Open Space Fund effective July 1st, 2025 for the regular removal and disposal of wildfire fuel hazards. SEER 2648 recommends filing Resolution 25-215, which aimed to eliminate outdated newspaper notice mandates for council meetings and formally swap the term public hearing with public meeting effective January 1st, 2027. SEER 2649 recommends filing Resolution 2687, which would have mandated that at least 20, sorry, I
Yeah,
needed
we're
to
not
skip over
taking
that one.
up, yeah.
26, SEER 2650 recommends filing Resolution 2689, which proposed allowing the mayor to shift unencumbered appropriation balances between divisions within the exact same department up to caps set by ordinance effective January 2nd, 2027. SEER 2651 recommends filing Resolution 26-94, which sought to cut costs by publishing first reading bill digests and voting records entirely online on a county website at least 3 days before final reading, rather than in local newspapers effective January 2nd, 2027. I respectfully ask for the member's support on my motion to file these reports.
Okay, any more discussion? Member Paulton.
I guess my only discussion is I'm sad for the decline of the print newspaper because it makes everything so much harder when that's what state law and the charter and all these things are based on. So, you know, some places have newspaper printed every day, and that's one of the things that lost. When I first moved to Maui, I was, you know, Hilo didn't have newspaper on Saturday when I was growing up, and I was like, Maui has newspapers on Saturday, and there was Haleakala Times, there was Maui Time, there was Lahaina News, there were so many print newspapers, and now even the newspapers that are printed, they're on thinner margin papers, so I don't know if you're not online, it's harder to get your news these days, and just lamenting on that. Thank you.
Any more lamenting? Member Rollins-Fernandez.
I'll lament with Member Paulton about the loss of the published newspapers, but I'll celebrate for the trees that don't have to die to be the paper for the newspaper. And then I know Member Batangan likely just misspoke, but we're not filing the committee reports, we're filing the resolutions. Mahalo, Chair. And I support the motion.
Okay. Member Hudgens.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be supporting this as well. I'm also kind of bummed we don't have paper. I remember in college I used to pick up the Star Advertiser while I was at work and play all the games in the back. But I'm going to be supporting this, which also includes mine of 24-100, which I've tried to do before, and I'm still super supportive of. It's just that we're able to do it in the budget, as we did a few times. And while I will continue working on this, I just wanted to say that as for the next one we're also going to be voting on, it's the same reason why I won't be supporting it, is because we're still able to do it in the budget. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Now 2649. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, before you is Committee Report 2649, recommending filing of Resolution 2687 to place on the next general election ballot the question of whether the revised charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended should be further amended effective July 1st, 2027 to require that in adopting the annual operating budget, the council appropriate at least 20% of Maui County Transient Accommodations tax revenues into a Climate Action and Resiliency revolving fund to implement the Climate Action and Resiliency Plan.
Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt the recommendation and to file the resolution in Committee Report 2649.
Moved by Member Batangan, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura to adopt the committee, the Committee Report 2649. Discussion, Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Committee Report 2649 recommends filing Resolution 2687, which would have mandated that at least 20% of Maui County Transit Accommodations Tax, or TAT, revenues be automatically deposited into a Climate Action and Resiliency revolving fund starting July 1st, 2027.
Any more discussion? Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be supporting this. Of course, I think it's really important to have this kind of money, but I see the writing on the wall, so I'll add some more writing. The recent top climate news headlines include record U.S. and European heat waves is going on right now. Dangerous heat waves have blanketed the U.S. during the 4th of July weekend, pushing electric grids near record high demand and warping interstate highways. Meanwhile, a massive heat wave across Europe has caused, according to the BBC, more than 1,300 deaths and forced evacuations due to wildfire spreads. The super typhoon Bavi. This severe super typhoon battered the U.S. Pacific Island territories. You may have read that in the paper. Energy transition rollbacks. The Trump administration paid Duke Energy $129 million to halt an offshore wind farm, the 4th such move to cancel offshore leases. And then global weather disasters. Heavy rain, flooding triggered evacuations in New Zealand. Even on Fox News yesterday, they reported a monster El Nino surges toward record strength. Locally, the Maui Now yesterday posted the article, climate change could cost up to $3 billion in the state of Hawaii in lost reef recreation by the start of next century. We need to take these weather patterns seriously and commit funding to mitigate their impacts on our community. I'm one of 9 and respectfully disagree with my colleagues in not letting our community decide how to spend their money to protect the islands, our community, and our generations. It may be put in the record that I have foresight and I've tried, but I'm not sure what more it takes the whole town to burn down, but I'm always being surprised at the priorities of my colleagues and understand that I'm in the minority today. So moving forward, I look forward to proposals and ideas to mitigate the upcoming climate change that we're forced to deal with. I know the administration says that they put about $90 million into projects that would fall under the CARP, but that's only about 5.6% of our $1.6 billion budget. Those are my comments, members. Thank you.
Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. And mahalo, Member Johnson, for your proposal and for your steadfastness in fighting for funding for this. I'm always supportive of funding toward any of these actions that are listed in our CARP or any other climate action legislation or funding or programs, as well as ideas that come from our Department of Oiwi Resources in restoring our indigenous practices, which, Vakahiko operated probably more than net zero, but probably net negative in sequestering carbon in the practices of our, kupuna. So I'm supportive of continuing to fund these ideas. And the $90 million wasn't just from the administration. I think we should also give ourselves as a council credit for some of that $90 million that we put in the budget. So good job, everyone. And I'll be supporting the motion to file and continuing to support funding for these projects. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Roll call.
Councilmember Sinensi?
No.
Councilmember Uuhajens?
Aye.
Councilmember Cook?
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins-Fernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
Councilmember Paulton?
Aye.
Council Vice Chair Sugimura?
Aye.
And Councilmember Batangan?
Aye.
Council Chair Lee?
Aye.
Chair, you have 7 ayes, 2 noes, motion carries.
Yeah, next item.
Thank you, Chair. From the Government Relations Ethics and Transparency Committee is Committee Report 26-52, recommending discharge from further consideration of Resolution 26-61 to place on the next general election ballot the question of whether the revised charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended should be further amended effective January 1, 2027 to streamline the process for filing claims for personal injury or property damage by requiring that claims are filed directly with the Corporation Council.
Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt the recommendation in CR 2652.
Moved by Member Batangan, seconded Vice Chair Sugimura, to adopt Resolution 2650, Committee Report 2652. Discussion. Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Your great committee recommends discharging.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes?
Oh. Wait, your motion is to adopt?
The recommendation is to discharge. So we need to discharge it from committee, and then it'll be within the purview of the council. Then we would move to approve, disapprove, or file.
Was that the recommendation from staff? Because usually we would discharge first.
Correct. The recommendation is
Yeah,
to
I know.
adopt the recommendation of discharging.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it's just to discharge. But okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So the committee's recommendation is to discharge from committee from further consideration of Resolution 2661. This resolution proposed a charter amendment effective January 1st, 2027 to streamline how the public processes liability claims by directing personal injury and property damage filing straight to the Department of the Corporation Counsel. Discharging this item returns it to the council for further discussion. I respectfully ask the members to support my motion.
Any more discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion? 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Member Batangan. Members, I will
Chair,
designate County Clerk
I think
Moana
there was
Ludi as a
one
resource person.
Oh, okay. Thank you. No, she raised her hand as she was still in the chamber. Okay.
Okay.
Chair, so at this stage, the resolution is now with the council for consideration. I move to adopt resolution 2661.
Okay, you're moving to pass Resolution 2661 on first reading. Is there a second?
Second.
Who said that? You did, okay. Moved by Member Batangan, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez to pass Resolution 2661 on first reading. Discussion, Member Batangan.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I'm flying without notes here, so bear with me. Prior to posting, follow-up letters were sent to the Department of Finance and Management regarding this proposal. As of July 2nd, 2026, only Finance had responded. The Director of Finance noted only that the duties of the County Clerk would be transferred to the Department of Finance, while Risk Management would remain with Corporation Counsel to maintain segregation of duties in this process. They also requested that January 1st, 2028 be the time frame for transition. This resolution was discharged without a recommendation, I think because there was a desire for more information as to how this resolution should move forward, whether or not it should appropriately be with the county clerk, with the Corporation Counsel, or possibly a different department. We got that response from Finance. It doesn't sound like they got, or that they took a position other than noted that if it was to go to them, that they would only be accepting the process of accepting the claims. My personal feeling is that this process should be completely integrated so that the department responsible for following up or processing the claims would be the one to also receive to receive the claims and therefore be able to respond when the public has questions. The recipients are generally the point of contact that the members of the public establish with the county, and I think it makes most sense for that. I do also want to note that we got additional testimony since then related to how the City and County of Honolulu handles this. Their Corporation Counsel is responsible for receiving the claims and then also processing everything. At least from the testimony, it didn't seem as if there was any issues on the matter, and so I'm still comfortable with the position that I had taken in committee. And I just ask for members' consideration of my motion.
Members, any objections to appointing County Clerk Moana Ludi as a resource person on this matter? Okay, and you're aware of her expertise. She does have a few experiences here and there. Yeah. Just kidding. Yes.
I just want to mention that Lydia Toda is here, who is our risk manager and potentially a resource person as well.
What is her name?
Lydia Toda.
Oh, Lydia. Okay, Lydia Toda. Any objections to appointing her as a resource person also? No objections, so we have 2 resource people. Lydia, well, if they ask you, I'll call you from there, okay? Member Paulton.
Is this the question time?
Yes.
I think my question would be for Corp Counsel. Can we put the ballot question or the charter amendment to say the people that will receive the claims will be in the county ordinance, so we have more time to check out how all the other counties do it, and then like every time we change, or not every time, if we should ever change it to any place else, it wouldn't take all the voters in the county, because realistically, I don't know anyone in the public where they really care deeply about this. It's more so the people in the county. So just asking if that can be an option, and then, we can see how it goes. If there is like a witness thing, then we can change it from one to another. Or if Corp Counsel or the county clerk isn't even either of those the right place, we could change it to another. So that's my question. If we could today amend the charter amendment to say whoever gets the claims as written in the code.
We can work on the language, but yeah, you guys certainly can do that.
That would be my preference.
Excuse me, Chair. State law provides that an individual needs to be named in the charter. Absent an individual being named, it would be the council chair or the county clerk, but it's an individual that does need to be named in the charter. I can find the citation fairly quickly.
I have it.
Okay, you got it. Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I was looking that up too. It's HRS 46-72, liability for injuries or damages notice. And then let me find, it's a very long run-on sentence. But the relevant section is that the individual identified in the respective county's charter. But I brought this up in committee as well because I think it's stupid. And I would like it to be changed. And then that way we can move as we need to so that we don't have to bother the electorate on this. And I don't know why it was specifically listed as the charter. I don't understand why it couldn't have just been in our code in statute to make things easier for us. But I know the legislature often doesn't care about us. So I know, plenty shade, sorry. I'll rein it in. Okay. But yeah, so HRS 46-72 says it has to be individual identified in the respective county's charter, or if none specified, the chairperson of the council of the county or the clerk of the county in which the injuries occurred.
So to me, I would like to work on changing that HRS and then add it to the package, HSAC and Maui County legislative package, and then bring this to the electorate, because we already did bring it to the electorate one time and they didn't pass it. And then I know that there's been like 100 more claims filed like annually in a year since the fire and stuff, but in the voting of people that we're talking like 30, 40,000, so 100, that feel strongly about it. I think when we bring it to the electorate, it should be substantive, like change the HRS, then say it should be put in the code. I mean, I don't want to keep asking them a similar question every time that it doesn't get passed. And I wish that we would have proposed this last year's legislative package so that we would be ready now, but it was just brought to our attention through this process. So
Okay.
that would be where I'm coming
Okay.
from.
And I'd like to ask Moana Ludi, as the resource person, her perspective on this matter, and if any information you may have to share.
Chair, I'd just point out that a lot has changed since 2018. We actually have voter guides that go out, and we make a number of public appearances at different events. We get invited quite a bit, and the goal really is to educate. We spend a tremendous amount of money handling that, both through media, radio, and print. So although in 2018 it failed, I'd also point out that Ed Kushi did support it, and I've provided that in my testimony.
Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair. Corp Counsel?
Oh, I'm sorry. We support, removing the burden from the clerks. I know that they're busy and they have got things to do. However, Finance has volunteered, or not volunteered, they are willing to take processing the claims, which will eliminate the conflict that we will have that might require special counsel. And Finance is able to receive the claims. It really, and Lydia can speak to this, our risk manager, won't quote unquote streamline the process any, because it still has to go to our third-party administrator regardless of who takes it. And the third-party administrator is the one that actually will be processing the claims. So, like I said, Lydia can give more information on that, but, I think putting it in the finance department's purview of receiving the claims would probably be an acceptable compromise for everybody.
Anybody else? Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I'm sorry, I don't remember what Member Batongan said that Finance's response was. If you could repeat that, please.
Member Batongan.
Thank you, Chair. So I am pulling up the letter now. I had some scribble summary
Thank you for the
from my
narration.
own. But I don't see them actually. So in my reading of the letter, it's that I only see two things. One, that if processing claims is transferred to the Department of Finance, risk management would remain with Corporation Counsel. And then secondly, they would ask that the effective date be January 1st, 2028, so that they'd have time to transition. In their written correspondence, there's no acknowledgement that they are willing to do this. So that is new information to this body.
Chair.
Yes. Corp Counsel?
Yes, based on a conversation that I had with the director, they're willing to take it, but I will also note that they interpreted the request that was sent to them as with regards to only processing the claims and not actually assimilating the entire department. So hopefully that clarifies.
Yes, I apologize if I misspoke. That's what I was trying to convey.
Okay. Any more questions on this? Member Cook.
I was wondering if our resource from the clerk's office could speak up and clarify it, because it seems they're going around in circles. So what was your research with Honolulu, and what is your recommendation?
Thank you, Chair. So I contacted City and County's Corporation Counsel Department, and I laid out in my testimony that they handled, just from January of this year till last Thursday, over 300 claims, which is more than 5 times the amount the Department of Corporation Counsel has had, according to the numbers we had last, and that they have not had any issues over conflict. They have not been subpoenaed to testify. They have not been deposed, except one instance where an investigator was deposed, and this specific type of processing has been in place since at least the early 1990s, possibly earlier.
Chair.
Mr. Cook?
So is there a financial threshold that they're dealing with where it's not a problem until a point and then it becomes a problem?
Thank you, Chair. It's similar to what our Corporation Council has in terms of having a cap where their settlement authority ends and they have to seek council approval. Only theirs is lower for the department itself. It's $5,000. And then they have to go seek council approval. But they handle all the communications with the claimants, 80% of that internally. And then if there's a motor vehicle accident or any injuries resulting from a motor vehicle accident, there are 2 adjusters that are under the Department of Budget in the city and county, and those adjusters have settlement authority up to $15,000, and then after $15,000, it needs to be approved by the Corporation Council.
Does Maui have those 2 people in our departments?
Oh, Chair? I believe
Corp
our
Counsel.
risk manager can speak to the number of adjusters and how our process works here on Maui as opposed to a different county.
Come to the microphone, the podium,
I
please.
welcome that.
Chair, while she's walking up here, can I add another question for her to respond to, which is if it's received by claims, like so what the process is now, as Member Cook asked, and then what the process would be if finance received the claims. Mahalo, Chair.
You're asking Lydia.
No, I was asking you. Just kidding. Yes.
Please, I'm reading my email. Stop interrupting me, okay? Okay, Lydia, your name and position for the record.
Good morning. I'm Lydia Toda, and my position is the Risk Management Officer.
I'm sorry, do you want us to repeat the question, or you got
Yes,
it?
please, would you?
Okay, the question is will you please describe how many risk managers, assessors?
Sorry, I believe they're adjusters.
Adjusters, sorry. Adjusters, and then like the current process and what the process would be if finance received the claims.
Okay, currently the Risk Management Division works with a third-party administrator, Sedgwick, and we have approximately 2 adjusters on the GL Auto side, and I believe that that's what we're talking about. It's just GL Auto, so I'm going to leave it at that.
GL is general liability?
General liability.
Wait, excuse me, let's get clarification. Moana, were you shaking your head yes or no? Yes.
General liability and automobile liability. So we have two adjusters with the TPA, and the process would not change if the claims were to go to another department.
Do you have more? You have a
The claims
follow-up
process
question?
would not change.
She answered my question. The
Okay.
process wouldn't change.
Okay.
Mahalo.
Member Cook.
Thank you. Does your department have an issue with it?
Receiving the claims?
Yeah, with it no longer being done in the clerk's office, but being done with Corp Counsel?
We would have an issue because there are, how should I say this, separation of duties that I think would be lost if the claims were accepted by the Department of the Corporation Counsel.
Thank you. Are you familiar with how Oahu does it? And I know Maui's different.
I am familiar with how Oahu does it. I'm also familiar with how the other counties do it. The Big Island and Kauai, for example, they are of similar size to Maui County, and they process their claims through the county clerk's office.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my thinking was that it made sense to vertically integrate this process. But if there is resistance from Corporation Counsel, I do think that next best would be to have it be assigned to the Director of Finance. Because at least then in the org chart, both Corporation Counsel and the Director of Finance report to the Managing Director. And so if there's issues between them, there is
Can
like a stab.
interrupt you one
Sorry,
second?
yes.
Do you have any questions for risk management?
Oh,
So she doesn't have to stand there.
I'll hold.
Anybody else? Thank you, Lydia. Okay, sorry. You can continue.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I've lost my train of thought. But what I was getting at is at least, the managing director does coordinate amongst those two departments. So if there's issues in getting responses or whatnot, at least there is an established protocol in place given the organizational structure of the county. And so if we don't move forward with the proposal on the floor, then I would be supportive of moving into the Director of Finance as a second option. And it sounds like she's on board.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like it.
I don't know if that was a
Paulson.
volunteer or voluntold, but
Yeah,
that's the proposal
Member
before the
Paulson.
body.
Member Paulton.
Cross your heart and hope to die. She said that she was willing to take it.
Well, let me clarify. Willing and wanting to are very different.
So cross your heart and hope to die that she was willing to take it.
Yes.
Okay.
Member
Sorry.
So
Go ahead.
I was just going to
You wanna
clarify.
finish?
She did, they are set up at the service center to receive the public, interact with the public, take forms. So they already kind of have a setup in place, whereas
also,
we do
it
not.
wouldn't be here at finance.
Yeah, it would probably be at the service center based on my conversation with the director.
And then I would clarify that she just texted me that she would like till January 1st, 2028. If that could be added into the paperwork.
So Member Rollins Fernandez, did you have your hand up?
Mahalo, Chair. I have 3 proposed amendments for all of this. So it sounds like, because I've been getting updates from the director as well, and so it would read, has been filed within the time period as provided by law with the Director of Finance. And then I haven't finished this part, but or as allowed by law. And then that way it'll give us that room to change it in ordinance when we are successful at amending HRS 46-12. So
would that be as allowed by state law?
I'm not gonna limit it. I'm just gonna say law, if that's okay.
Any law.
Whatever law.
All the laws.
Mother-in-law? No.
Applicable law?
Whatever. I never refined that one, but that's the concept. And then we would amend the section from January 1st. That would be the question and I think that's where it appears, January 1st from 2027 to 2028. Those are the 3 amendments. And then I did ask about, space and staffing and resourcing and all of that. And so she said that the year, or that additional time to 2028 would give the department enough time to figure out how to manage the receiving of claims. And I just want to thank, should the electorate ratify this, and I just want to thank our Director of Finance, Martins, for helping us be option 3 that everyone can sing Kumbaya together. Mahalo, Chair.
All right. Do you want to take lunch now and come back after we got the exact language, or go with more or less what we have now? Lunch. Okay, members, any objections to taking a lunch break till 1 or 1:30?
You tell me.
1 o'clock, okay? Eat Fast. Meeting is in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Will the council meeting of July 7th, 2026 please reconvene? It is 1:07 p.m. All right. We were in the middle of working on a possible amendment. Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. We have an ASF, but it is in the process from OCS to clerks to be printed. So I don't know if you want to perhaps
Come back to
go
this?
to the next CR, 26-53, and just table this, and then when the ASF magically appears, then we can take it up.
Okay. Any objections, members, to deferring this matter until the ASF is ready? Okay, Ms. Clerk, moving on to the next CR.
Chair, from the Water and Infrastructure Committee is CR 2653, recommending first reading of Bill 68, CD1, 2026, to 1, authorize paid parking zones and permit parking zones in West Maui, 2, establish resident and town benefit locations and paid parking zones in West Maui and Wailuku Town, 3, amend the resident recreation hours for paid parking zones at South Maui Beach Parks, and 4, remove outdated references to parking lots, piers, and loading zones in West Maui.
Mr. Cook.
Chair, I move to adopt the recommendations in Committee Report 26-53.
Second.
It's been moved by Member Cook, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura, to approve of the recommendations in Committee Report 2653. Discussion, Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Your Water and Infrastructure Committee met on June 15th, 2026, to discuss Bill 68, 2026. Bill 68 updates the county's managed parking framework under the Park Maui program by authorizing paid and permit parking zones in West Maui, establishing resident town benefit locations, and updating South Maui Beach Park recreational hours. The Department of Transportation explained that the resident town benefit locations at the Wailuku Municipal Parking Structure and designated West Maui lots will provide dedicated benefits for the Hawaii residents while maintaining flexibility to manage overall parking demand. The bill also removes 5 outdated references to the West Maui parking lots, piers, and loading zones that no longer exist and corrects an inadvertent map error near Kamaoli Beach Park 3. Your committee supports Bill 68 because it effectively balances visitor impacts, protects local resident access, and mitigates parking congestion in heavily utilized areas. Your committee voted 9-0 to recommend passage of Bill 68, CD1, 2026 on first reading, incorporating non-substantive revisions. I respectfully ask the members to support my motion.
Any more discussion? Member Paulton.
For my discussion, I would just like to express my gratitude for removing outdated references to parking lots, piers, and loading zones in West Maui. Thank you.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. Shall we go into resolutions?
Chair.
Yes.
I believe our OCS ferry, Ms. Bolt, magically made our ASF, or my ASF appear. So we can return to CR 26-52.
All right, let's do that. So is somebody going to pass it out? Okay. Thank you.
And as the ASF is being distributed with the amendments that I explained before we took our lunch recess, I move to amend Resolution 26-61 by 1, amending the 4th whereas clause to clarify claims will be processed by the Director of Finance or other individual designated by ordinance. 2, amending the 1st be it resolved clause to read, Section 13-6, claims, no action shall be maintained for the recovery of damages for any injury to person or property by reason of negligence of any officer or employee of the county unless a written statement stating fully when, where, and how the injuries occurred the extent of the injuries, and the amount claimed has been filed with the Director of Finance or as provided by ordinance. 3, amending the fourth be it resolved clause to change the effective date from January 1st, 2027 to January 1st, 2028, and replacing Corporation Counsel with Director of Finance or as provided by ordinance. 4, incorporating corresponding technical amendments and corresponding technical amendments. And you will see that the amendments to the resolution and charter amendment itself is highlighted for our convenience. Mahalo to our OCS fairies for making the magic happen. They know me so well. Mahalo. That's my motion. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Paulton, to amend the motion with the ASF as distributed. Now discussion. Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. As stated before the recess, Department of Finance is open to receiving the claims, and we'll use this the year till 2028 to make adjustments to manage the receipt of these claims.
Okay. Anybody else?
And we're all happy campers.
Member Batangan, and then Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just confirm Corporation Counsel is comfortable with the proposed language?
Yes, we're very comfortable.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just making sure, because if the HRS specifically says that it has to be by charter, saying now that we're allowed to designate by ordinance isn't in conflict?
We didn't perceive any because
Okay.
it's still applicable law.
Okay.
We're hoping that we can get that HRS amended.
Yeah, just to clarify, it says by ordinance, but it also names the director of the Department of Finance. So in the event that the HRS is amended, then we can move to change that by ordinance if council would like to.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Chair. And that's HRS 46-52 that Member Paulton will spearhead getting into our legislative packages to amend. And once that's amended, then our charter will already allow for us to change it in code, similar to what we did with Kalawao County. Mahalo, Chair. We try.
Wait, before I call on you, Vice Chair Sugimura?
So I want to thank all the departments. Appreciate this because it's been a ping pong battle. It looks like where it lands is something that Member Batangan and I brought up in committee discussion, and it makes sense to me. So thank you very much for agreeing. Thank you very much, Clerk's Office, for all that you have done. And I hope then that this will become more expeditious and smooth. Thank you.
Member Paulton.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that when Corp Counsel Takayasu said we're looking into getting HRS changed, was that a volunteer to draft the legislation that I would then introduce to the HSAC and the Maui legislative package? Because I'm more than willing to introduce any legislation that they draft to such effect.
I think we all made that assumption.
Okay, just voicing the vision.
Yeah.
Chair?
Yes. Corp Counsel.
I meant we as in the collective.
Oh.
We, the royal we.
Oh. No, we thought we was you.
Yeah. The we as in you guys over there.
Yeah.
But okay, well, I'm glad I clarified then. PAF incoming.
So all those in favor?
And then really quickly, Chair.
Yes.
Mahalo. And so this isn't streamlining the process. This is a reassignment of duty because clerks don't have the capacity. Mahalo, Chair.
Right. Exactly. All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. Say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. Oh, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez.
That was to
and then-
replace, right? So the main motion as amended.
Yeah, main motion as amended. Any more discussion? Zip, zip, zip. No. All those in favor, raise your hand. Say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. All right, put this ASF over there. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on to resolutions. There is no one signed up to testify, so we'll go ahead and give last call on the resolutions, any testimony for the resolutions. Counting down 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's...
Shoot. Sorry, somebody was just trying to log on, but they couldn't find the new links. Can
Testify on what? What we just voted on?
Rezos.
I can read it. The website to log on?
Yes, please.
https://mauicounty.portal.civicclerk.com.
mauicounty.portal.civicclerk.com.
Correct.
Do we mind giving them a few seconds?
Yeah, if it's a few seconds.
Are they,
Sam Sato's noodles.
were they calling in from the last 4 digits, 9359?
Last 4. Oh, did you give the phone number for them to call?
No, I thought they might have gotten to that on their own, but let me read. The phone number is 808-977-4067, and the code to press in 234-794-559, and then the pound sign.
Okay, so it's 808-977-4067.
Yes.
And then the code is 234-794-559 pound?
Yes.
Okay.
So it looks like someone new has joined on. I'm trying to find that name, but if you can raise your hand in Teams, it's along the top bar, third little icon in, it's a hand that says raise underneath it.
Chair, you want to do ordinance? Should be fast.
It says they're trying to raise their hand.
Okay, let's move on to ordinances.
What is the testifier's name? We can just call the testifier.
I think it's the land trust.
Like, Autumn Ness?
Yeah, that's what it would be.
Okay. Autumn, if you can hear us, you can go ahead and unmute on your end.
Do you see her? I don't see her initials.
I guess it's Autumn, but the connection is super slow, I'm getting.
Oh, Autumn, like A, just A by itself?
She's in, let's see.
We only have one bill and then 4 on second reading.
It would be the phone number 250-4200.
It looks like that number is unmuted on our side. The phone ending in 4200. Do you want to go ahead and try?
Hi, this is Autumn.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. You can start now.
Okay, sorry guys about the delay. Thanks so much to Councilmember Paulton for putting this reso in. Just some quick background. The Lahaina Community Land Trust is a part of a hui of organizations that have been meeting regularly since the fire on almost a monthly cadence. The organizations are all like super Lahaina rooted. We're not talking about like the Red Cross and FEMA. It's like really rooted Lahaina organizations that are working in lockstep together to make sure that gaps are filled, that we're not duplicating efforts. And some months ago, every organization in the hui came to a meeting with a big concern about CRB, because we're all seeing that as people's homes go up, they also, some of them have like insurance money that they have to spend on landscaping in like the tens of thousands of dollars for some people. And where are they getting all this material from, right? So we all coordinated and we were asking agencies and all these people, like, what's going to happen? We saw Molokai ask for their emergency rule to stop the import of high-risk CRB materials. And so we decided if no one's going to do this, we have to, because with all of the material, plant material coming into Lahaina, I can't think of another community that is more at risk. And we can't really take another existential crisis. So Lahaina Community Land Trust became the petitioner to the Department of Agriculture to ask for a similar interim and emergency rule for the import of high-risk plant and soil materials that potentially contain CRB to stop being imported into Maui for a year. That hearing with the Board of Agriculture, and ironically, their name now contains the word biosecurity, was, gosh, I can't remember, last week or 2 weeks ago, and it was incredibly disappointing and quite shocking, if I'm being honest. After there was so much testimony from actually around the state, people showed up to testify in enthusiastic support for the both interim and emergency rules to be passed, because we need to plug the holes like right now. An imminent threat is happening. In fact, you know, the Waikapu beetle discovery the week before that hearing, we thought was going to be the thing that would get them to understand what an emergency this was. And the first words out of Mr. Kishimoto's mouth was, after he heard all of our testimony and read the rules, was, in the department's opinion, this does not constitute an emergency. And they went on to justify it because the state of Hawaii has been dealing with CRB for, I think he said 12 years. And so for us, it's not an emergency. So I'll end the last sentence with, this is why this resolution has been put up, because we need to implore the department to pass these rules the next time they have a meeting. And what I'm seeing on the back end is they're really not feeling any urgency at all.
Thank you. Any questions, members?
Thank you.
If not, thank you very much.
Thank you guys for your patience while I was trying to get in. I appreciate you so much.
Of course, thank you. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are no other individuals signed up to testify, so we'll give last call for any other testimony on the resolutions on today's agenda. Chair seeing no one raising their hand in teams or making their way to the podium, counting down 3, 2, 1. There is no one else to testify in the resolutions.
Any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony on resolutions? So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. Before you is Resolution 26-113, approving for inclusion in the 2027 Maui County Council Legislative Package a state bill relating to conveyance tax certificates.
Member Paulton.
Oh, thank you. I move to adopt Resolution 26-113.
Second.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez, to approve to adopt Resolution 26-113. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you. This issue was actually brought up to me by one of our county workers who is a fire survivor who did receive a ho'okumuho letter. And he has been, or their ohana has been scouring all the properties that they could potentially use their letter for. And they've come up against some issue where under the name of LLC and whatever street address it is, somebody is buying up properties that are under $1 million. And then they come back on the market like 4 or 5 months later, not any big improvements, like double the price, or they're rented for exorbitant amounts. And in DC, I believe, they have legislation like this where people can't hide behind an LLC. It's simply asking them to disclose their name and address. And it's been done in other places. I think this council knows how I feel about speculation versus dignified housing or shelter. And so I told this Ohana that I would give it a shot. And I don't know if we want to bring up Reso 26-114, but it's to include the same legislation in the HSAC package as well, shooting our shot in all the different
No
realms.
objection.
Any objections, members? Could you bring up, Ms. Clerk, 114?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Before you is Resolution 26-114, approving for inclusion in the 2027 Hawaii State Association of Counties Legislative Package a state bill relating to conveyance tax certificates.
Member Paulson.
Thank you. I move to pass Resolution 26-114 as well. It's just a simple transparency measure.
I think it's like a friendly amendment to the main motion. Yeah, second. So that is one motion, right? We're going to adopt Reso 26-113 and 26-114 in one motion.
Right.
Okay.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye. 8 ayes, 0 noes, 1 excused. Member Batangan.
Thank you, members.
Motion carries. Okay, and so we're on to 115.
Thank you, Chair. Resolution 26-115 is before you, authorizing a grant of a lease to Lanai Youth Center for real property located in Lanai City, Hawaii, identified for real property tax purposes as a portion of tax map key 249014002 under sections 3.40.200 and 3.36.090 Maui County Code.
Do you want Member?
I wonder if Member Johnson wants to do it. I have it on my notes, though.
Okay. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 26-115.
Second.
Moved by Member Johnson, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura to adopt Resolution 115. And discussion, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Resolution 26-115 would authorize the grant of a real property lease to Lanai Youth Center to occupy county recreational space location on a portion of TMK 4-9-014-002 at an annual rent of $1 until June 30th, 2036. 10-year lease. The resolution is time sensitive as the new facility will be move-in ready by August 1st, 2026. Securing the lease now will ensure that the space can be functional and offered to the community before the beginning of the 2027 school year. You heard from Nancy in her testimony as well. The Lanai Youth Center provides consistent support, connection, culture, and care all year long for school-age children from 8 to 18 at a time when the need has never been greater. It's a beautiful facility, and boy, it's been just taking so long. And now, I mean, we are so close, folks. I can't wait till those kids get in there. And I just respectfully ask for the members' full support of my motion. Thank you, Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, all those, Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Full support of the motion. I went to Lanai last year for the opening of the youth center and skate park, and I wasn't aware that the center wasn't being used for all this time. That was shocking to me. So this is very time sensitive because I'd like to get the kids in there as soon as possible. I thought they were in there already. And it kind of gives me flashbacks of Molokai Youth Center, where the Boys and Girls Club are still not in there because of the facility. So I hope to get this going as quickly as possible. Happy to pass it today. I want to also recognize Miss Nancy Roger for her persistence, and as well as Ms. Hoku Hobbs in our Parks Department for all of her help. She's helped us on Molokai as well, so I appreciate her. And I hope that the center, the old youth center, that the Lanai Youth Center that they're in now, will go to the college, as we heard at our budget hearing on Lanai, to get more of those kids, more of our Lanai high schoolers graduating high school with associate's degrees. That was really encouraging to hear, and I hope they get that space. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, for referral to the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee is Resolution 26-116, authorizing the acquisition of water system assets from Launiupoko Water Company, Inc. and Olawala Water Company, Inc. for up to $6 million, exclusive of closing costs and expenses under subsection 3.44.015C Maui County Code.
Members, any objections to referring this to the Beef Head Committee? Okay. Yes.
I had a couple of questions. Is there a date by which this needs to have action taken on it?
I do not know. Generally, what happens when David and I work the yellow folder, we comply. We try to accommodate the administration when they ask for something that's time sensitive, and if they don't ask, then we just refer.
I wanted to ask if, I know we've done it in the past, I don't know if it is not allowed anymore, but I am planning to have a presentation on the MOU between Maui Land and Pine and the Water Department July 29th. Would it be possible to send the voting item to BFED and the subject matter to my committee, unless Member Sugimura was going to have it like July 28th, but I think there is benefit to learning about the two water purchase agreements together. But I don't need to have the voting item in my committee, so just checking on if that would be, if the body is amenable to subject matter also coming to my committee to have that discussion in its whole.
Okay. Vice Chair, do you have any objections?
So I understand what you want to do and why it makes sense, but this is such an important question. It's not only the money to me, but it's operations. Is the union okay? There's so many other things that are related, but the money part, I really want to take this up in my committee because
Okay,
of
so
that.
she's suggesting that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And if there no objections, members, we'll just do a dual referral.
Chair.
Yes?
Mahalo, Chair. The item will be referred to BFED, and then Member Polton and DRIP will schedule a 7B presentation. No objections, and I don't think she needs permission from Member Sugimura for that. Mahalo, Chair.
Oh, okay. Oh, Member Cook.
Well, we don't necessarily do dual referrals anymore, right? So that's why you're asking.
No, well, I was just trying to figure out a way to accommodate both of you. Yes, Member Cook.
So you have the 7B here? You would have the hearing here in the chamber?
Yeah, on my my next regularly scheduled committee date is July 29th, and we were already planning to ask the administration for a presentation on the MOU that was signed May 18th, 2026 with Maui Land and Pine. And I just, this is all the water systems. I mean, not all, but, you know, the private water, big private water systems in West Maui. And I think to kind of understand and have a discussion about them not separately would be beneficial. So I just want to be, I guess, transparent, because the item is on the agenda and this is a publicly sunshine meeting, so I can I can share with you folks.
Okay, I'm in agreement. I could hear it on 727. I think that this needs a deep dive, and I think that 2 meetings, I mean, so I
I'm
would
open
like,
to that too, 727 and then 729. Either one, I'm glad. For
You
that.
have a 7-member committee?
No, 9.
9, so you have 9, right?
yeah.
Okay.
So I think it warrants to hear it and why, and hear it in your committee both, because it is really a big deal, and there's the technical aspects, the financial aspects, and the social and political aspects
So you're willing to put it on your
on the
727?
727, and you would keep it on your, you would put it on your 729.
So we can, if we don't finish the entirety, do you want to also have the MLP MOU? We can start then.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I like that.
okay.
Yeah.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, okay. All right, you heard everybody.
And that's where, whatever location we're at, and it might
Okay,
not
so-
be the chambers, but wherever
Okay,
we're holding committee meetings.
What day is that? What do you mean elections?
July 27th. I know you're not running chair, but there are a primary on
So
August.
you mean there's an election this year? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I
So,
didn't
but
mean
the bottom
here,
line,
but
yeah.
here with us folks here.
yeah. Okay, so the money matter goes to be fed. The presentations are split with DRIP and Y, right?
Yeah, and it may take us longer than 3-5 hours, who knows?
Chair,
Yes.
the resolution 26-116 is going to be fed. And then the 7B.
Right.
Yeah.
What did you
So we
say?
haven't gotten the MOU yet from about Maui Land and Pine. I did request it. I haven't gotten back yet from administration.
It's, I don't know, I've gotten it from all sorts of people, ILWU, TY Management, MLP themselves. And I thought that Josiah did email us a little bit ago, last week. So, I mean, I've gotten it from 4 different things, and I feel like it warrants a deeper dive. It's going to be July 27th and July 29th.
Yours is 27th. No, Cook's is 27th. So
Okay.
he's going to do Oluwalu.
And, we do need that deeper dive
Yeah.
Yeah.
because this is, a very serious
And to
consideration.
clarify, we would both schedule both so that we could take it up in its entirety, not piecemeal, right? So we can both schedule both, and as the conversation continues, necessary or not, I can put one other item just
So
in
they're
case.
both agendized, and we can discuss both of it in both committees.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea, because it's very complicated, and there's a lot of assumptions from outside entities from what I met with people.
We all have, and that's why we all are very concerned that what the administration is proposing is, well, it's incomplete, no appraisals, no, a lot of things. So anyway, the idea is the two of you will do 7Bs, and if yours goes first, if it spills over into the other one, then fine.
I also have Bill 1 on that date, the 27th, but I don't think it'll take.
Okay, what is Bill 1?
Bill 1 is the
permanent reform.
Department of Water Supply reviewing preliminary plots for subdivisions.
Oh, that doesn't match, right?
No.
That's okay, separate item.
Yeah, and then the managing director did request to give an update on recovery in advance of the 3rd anniversary, so that'll work out. He has one other item. If we don't finish the 2 7Bs, we can finish in my committee and hopefully also get the update on recovery prior to primary election 3rd anniversary.
So sad.
Okay, everybody got clear on that?
Very good.
No objections? Okay, so
Chair,
ordered.
before moving on, I think I saw Member Johnson seeking recognition earlier.
Oh.
I don't know if his questions had been answered, but
Member Johnson?
Oh, Chair, it was just a point of information, and you guys found it already, that we're not going to be actually in the chambers because of the primary election. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Johnson.
All right, so we're all set. Ms. Clerk. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on, before you is Resolution 26-117, urging the Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity to adopt strong interim rules and necessary emergency measures to prevent the spread of coconut rhinoceros beetle in the county.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 26-117.
Second.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez to adopt Resolution 26-117. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to read the resolution in its entirety.
You want to read it?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Resolution 26-117, urging the Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity to adopt strong interim rules and necessary emergency measures to prevent the spread of coconut rhinoceros beetle in the county. Whereas the coconut rhinoceros beetle, or Orchites rhinoceros, was detected on Oahu in 2013 and has since spread throughout other Hawaiian islands. And whereas on June 8, 2026, Lahaina Community Land Trust submitted to the State Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity a petition for interim and emergency rulemaking to regulate the transportation of coconut rhinoceros beetle host materials. And whereas at its meeting of June 23, 2026, the State Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity deferred a decision on establishing interim rules and denied the petition request to establish emergency rules. And whereas, despite the coconut rhinoceros beetle's presence in Hawaii for over a decade, the board concluded that the recent detections and potential infestation on Maui and Lanai did not require emergency rules. And whereas preventing the spread of coconut rhinoceros beetle is critical in protecting the county's natural environment, cultural resources, local food production, and community well-being. And whereas the coconut rhinoceros beetle not only decimates coconut palms, but also threatens other tropical plants such as banana, hala, kalo, lolu, papaya, pineapple, sugarcane, and ulu. And whereas the board approved interim rules to restrict the transportation of coconut rhinoceros beetle host materials to Molokai on September 23rd, 2025, and whereas the board's adoption of strong interim rules and necessary emergency measures would support the following county general plan components: perpetuate native Hawaiian biodiversity by preventing the introduction of invasive species, containing or eliminating noxious pests, and protecting critical habitat areas. Countywide Policy Plan, page 46. Expand coordination with the state and nonprofit agencies and their volunteers to reduce invasive species, replant indigenous species, and identify critical habitat. Countywide Policy Plan, page 46. Increase efforts to prevent, control, and eradicate invasive species, evaluate existing prevention policies to close loopholes, build support for adequate funding of inspectors, research and control or eradication programs by increasing public outreach. Lanai Community Plan, page 3-3. Work with federal and state agencies to develop and implement procedures for the inspection of incoming cargo, passenger baggage, and vehicles for invasive species and prohibited plants and animals. Maui Island Plan, page 2-41, and encourage protection and restoration of the biodiversity of native plant and animal, terrestrial, freshwater, and marine species and habitats through land conservation, resource management, education, invasive species prevention and control, wildfire prevention and stewardship. Molokai Community Plan, page 32. And whereas the interim rules and emergency measures would also align with the Hawaii Interagency Biosecurity Plan, 2017 to 2027, including its objective to better manage invasive species, and whereas failure to address coconut rhinoceros beetle in a timely and effective manner would result in long-term cultural, ecological, and economic damage, costing millions of dollars in mitigation efforts. And whereas the board's willingness to engage with Lahaina Community Land Trust and other stakeholders provides an important opportunity to develop science-based enforceable biosecurity protections before the coconut rhinoceros beetle becomes established on Maui and Lanai. And whereas the adoption of interim rules and emergency measures would be a proactive response to safeguard Maui County's environment while also enhancing the county's resilience to climate change by maintaining healthy ecosystems. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the County of Maui that it, 1, urges the Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity to adopt strong interim rules and necessary emergency measures to prevent the spread of coconut rhinoceros beetle in the county. And 2, that certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to the Honorable Josh Green, MD, Governor, State of Hawaii, Sharon Erd, Chairperson, Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity, State of Hawaii, Ryan Kanakaole, Chairperson, Board of Land and Natural Resources, State of Hawaii, Kaiali'i Kahele, Chair, Board of Trustees, Office of Hawaiian Affairs, David Kianusai, PhD, Chairman of the Acting Council of Regency, Occupied Government of the Hawaiian Kingdom, Rogerine Kali Arsi, Director of Agriculture, County of Maui, Shane Nagawa, Director of Environmental Management, County of Maui, Kapono Ai Molitao, Director of Oibi Resources, County of Maui, Jonathan Sprague, Director of Conservation, Pulama Lanai, Jorge Renteria Bustamante, Manager, Maui Invasive Species Committee, Lori Buchanan, Coordinator, Molokai Maui Invasive Species Committee, Autumn Ness, Executive Director, Lahaina Community Land Trust, Carolyn Alveloa, Chief Operating Officer, Lahaina Community Land Trust, Allison Wright, President, Maui Association of Landscape Professionals, and the Honorable Richard T. Bisson Jr., Mayor, County of Maui.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Hawaii has one of the best tools in the separation of islands by the ocean, and we're not utilizing it effectively because we as the county neither can regulate our ports of ingress and egress. It's important for the council to act quickly despite the coconut rhinoceros beetle being established on Kauai and Oahu. CRB harms native plants, bananas, food security, and the local economy. The council funds invasive species committees, but lacks authority to regulate ports or enforce biosecurity. Molokai was successful in receiving approval for an emergency rule to prevent the spread of CRB and serves as a precedent supporting a similar request for Maui and Lanai. Lahaina Community Land Trust petitioned for emergency rules but was denied. This denial can be seen as a regulatory failure and prompts the need for an urging resolution to push the board to reconsider interim regulations. The resolution aims to hold the board, governor, mayor, departments of agriculture and environmental management, invasive species committees, and local landscaping groups accountable for preventing CRB establishment and for protecting local ecosystems and economies. The goal is to align this resolution with existing county and state policies to strengthen its authority and impact. I ask for the members' support of my motion. Thank you, Chair.
Member Rollins Fernandez, and then Vice Chair Sugimura.
Mahalo, Chair. wholeheartedly support this resolution and the interim rules. Molokai got our interim rule passed last year because we had not had any detection, and we did want to bring Maui and Lanai along, and so I'm happy that we are here to push the Department of Ag and Biosecurity to protect Maui and Lanai. As you heard in testimony, same treatment Molokai got last year when we introduced our interim rule. And, the Nihipalis were the ones that introduced, and they're just community members who love our new and are passionate about protecting not just our new, but also our lolu, uru, kalo, banana, etc., because the CRB don't just go after coconut trees and not just decimate them, as we're seeing on Kauai and Oahu, and it's heartbreaking. There is such a significant lack of urgency by the Department of Ag and Biosecurity.
All they did was add biosecurity.
In name only. And I don't have a nice word to say about that, so I'm just gonna move on to the next point, which is you see the spread on Oahu, and they did nothing. They allowed retail shops to sell compost and soil that were infested with invasive species, not just CRB, but little fire ants and koki, the nurseries, and just moved it around on Oahu so quickly that once the spread is so bad that the goal of eradication becomes impossible, and they move from eradication to management. And I don't want Maui County to ever be in that position of just managing the colonies of these invasive species. I appreciate Lahaina Community Land Trust for moving this to be considered, and I appreciate the board members because they actually hear the community, and mahalo to the community for submitting, as was described, a voluminous amount of testimony because they were going to defer it, and the staff encouraged them to not consider it an emergency, which it is. It's so disheartening to hear that the department staff to describe it as not an emergency. And mahalo to Representative Mahina Poipoi for introducing House Bill 1929 this past year to establish an advisory board for the island made up of residents to develop a biosecurity plan with the state biosecurity officers. We need to do everything that we can, and mahalo also to Mokulele for providing that information and helping to enforce, at least on the airline side. I think there's a lack of enforcement on the port side, and so we'll need more resources there. But yeah, so I fully support this and hope that, and I believe that the July meeting is the last Tuesday of the month, which is July 28th. And so we need them to pass it then and protect Maui and Lanai as well. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Vice Chair Sugimura.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Member Paulton. So important. I also wanted to add to this, if I could, Congresswoman Jill Tokuda. She's on the Farm Bill on the congressional side. Is that all right?
No objections.
Okay, thank you. So I think this would be relevant to her, as well as Travis Koa Heva Heva. So in our Department of Ag, he has, I learned this during the budget process when the administration was going through the community, he has a task force that he's chaired. So this might add to his conversation and strength in terms of doing what he's doing with the task force. So I wanted to add his name so you can get a certified copy of it. And thank you very much for doing this.
No objection.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion? Yes. Member Vol. Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I would like to include the location of where the CRB was detected on Oahu, and that is on Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. And that's in the first whereas clause, so that it'll read, the CRB was detected on Oahu in 2013 on Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam.
No objection.
Okay, no objections to adding that. Okay, everybody ready to
Mahalo, Member
vote?
Bolton.
Do we need to do a Rule 19 or no need? Suspension.
For
Rezo.
David?
Oops, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. It's really up to the body on how you want to apply your rules, but I'll just read briefly from Rule 19. Rule 19, amendment at final reading. A bill or resolution being considered for final reading that is amended at a council meeting may not be acted upon at the same meeting as the amendment. So it seems to be what the body is doing, so you could suspend Rule 19, which would take 6 votes. Thank you.
I'd like to include in the motion motion to suspend Rule 19.
Second.
Okay. Discussion on that? If not,
so we can take
it's
final
included in the main motion. All right? Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries.
Thank you, members.
Next item. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, we're now on to ordinances, and we don't have anyone signed up to testify, so that if there is anyone who would like to testify, this is last call. And the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one indicating a desire to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony on ordinances? So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, for referral to the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee is Bill 96, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 3.04 Maui County Code on carryover savings and council-initiated appropriations.
Any objections to referring this to the BFED committee? So ordered. Bills for second reading.
Chair, before you is Bill 119 FD1 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending Section 9.36.040 Maui County Code on penalties for prohibited noise violations.
Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair. Move to pass Bill 119 FD1 2025 on second and final reading.
Yeah, moved by Member Sinensi, seconded by Member Uhajins to pass Bill 119 FD1 2025 on second and final reading. Discussion, Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair. Members, Bill 119 FD1 amends the code to increase fines for vehicle noise violations, and it also removes the proposed seize component of stereo equipment from the bill. And so I respectfully ask for members' support of my motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Roll call. Right. Oh,
Chair, I have
Member
discussion.
Johnson.
Seeing this is second final, members, I'll keep my comments short, but you probably, thank you for calling for roll call because I would have asked it. Raising fines, I think, is ineffective and lazy way to do policy. I don't think the police are going to enforce this bill. And just let you know, there's online signatures from change.org with over 333 signatures to not pass this bill. In fact, they kept saying hashtag keep it loud, which I don't think is the best message they should say. But either way, raising fines is not the way that I would want to go for. I think it smacks of territorial law. I think it's a footloose bill, and I won't be supporting it. And thank you for the roll call. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair. Speaking in support of the bill, Chair, call me old-fashioned, but I still feel that there are still places, still sacred spaces on our island that requires people's reverence, including solitude, silence, quiet, including places of pule, places of healing, and places for mea ohua, nurseries, and young keiki. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Paulton.
Yeah, I like to keep it loud, but I believe, there's a time and a place, and it's kind of about respect. Like people's neighborhoods after 10 o'clock, before 8, maybe 9. And being that Chair Lee and others have gotten so much complaints, I think it does show that people are, I guess, abusing the privilege to keep it loud. If you're on the pulley, blast them, because there's nobody living there, and you can pound your sounds, even if you do all treble, whatever, But when you go into a neighborhood and it's people's bedtime, working class neighborhoods, that's not respectful. And on the flip side, I do agree with Member Johnson. I don't know if it'll be enforced, but symbolically, I respect what people's complaints are. And I think that their complaints aren't necessarily like pounding your sounds on Mokes or the Pali or all those other places where there's not people that are getting disturbed. It's where people are getting disturbed. So if there is enforcement, I hope that the police will use the same kind of nuanced discretion. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I agree with my colleagues on, time and place and places of reverence and meditation. I just agree with Member Johnson that this isn't the most effective way to do it. That, generally, like education is a better way to do it, but there will be no perfect way, unfortunately. But I'll be voting against it because I don't think it'll be as effective in achieving the purposes that my colleagues expressed, even though I agree on the purpose of, quiet time. And I don't want to hurt people who are already having a hard time. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. I support this. The physician who came and testified, one of the things that came to my mind after was, I wonder how whoever's blasting the music, how it's affecting their hearing. I believe that there are long-term health benefits, impacts that should be also considered, but it's an individual choice. And unfortunately, it's pretty bad when you hear the loud music in your car as you're driving by somebody else, or in my house from the neighboring Kula Community Association big parties. It's pretty disturbing, but anyway.
Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Second and final. I thought of an idea that addresses the problem I just stated, kind of like a compromise. So instead of penalizing by, taking away money that they may not have, can we force education on them? Just force them to go to classes to learn about who they're affecting. Like the individual who testified, who for health reasons would are physically harmed by loud music, and then that way it's not a monetary penalty, but we're gonna penalize you by making you smarter and more considerate of others.
Ordinarily, I would say that's a great idea, and that's an idea that still can be incorporated in a future ordinance, but this one is ready to go. And the thing is, what encouraged me over the holiday of July 4th was in our neighborhood, which is a very, very big, central Maui, we had less fireworks set off this year. and it was because of police presence. I heard the sirens going all over the place, and what happened was because they were focusing on enforcement and probably education, what happened is it was very reduced. The time limit was from 1 in the afternoon to 9 o'clock at night, and they stopped at about 10:30. Ordinarily, they'd be going on to past midnight and so forth, but I thought, wow, if they can make a dent in fireworks, they certainly can do it with the loud music.
I think they said they weren't going to enforce in that way, though, because they just don't have the staffing and resources to do that, for the loud music. I just hate to pass legislation that's more performative in nature and won't truly address the issues that we all agree on. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. Well, I know you have a good sense of humor, right? I want to tell you that. I would incorporate your idea in a future ordinance, okay? So, take me, for example, okay? The worst way to punish me is to talk to me endlessly, okay?
I love talking to you so much.
Yeah. See, so part of their penalty would be you talking to them endlessly.
Let's do it, Chair.
Let's do it, right? And you'd be educating them and driving them crazy at the same time.
Perfect. I can't think of a worse penalty.
Okay, very good. So let's roll call.
Councilmember Sinensi? Councilmember Sinensi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hodgins?
Yes.
Councilmember Cook?
Yes.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez?
No.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
Councilmember Paulton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sugimura?
Yes.
Councilmember Batangan?
Aye.
Chair Lee?
Aye.
Chair, you have 7 ayes, 2 noes. Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. And even the noes. And Member Paulton, I know your heart wasn't in it, but, 1 foot was in it. Okay, Ms. Clerk.
Time and place.
Chair, before you is Bill 13, CD1, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 11, Maui County Code on County Transit Bus Advertising. Member Johnson.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 13, CD1, 2026 on second and final reading.
Okay, moved by Member Johnson, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura to pass Bill 13, was it? On second and final reading. Mr. Johnson, discussion.
Thank you, Chair. This administration-initiated bill would amend the requirements for advertising inside county transit buses and on county bus passes. I respectfully ask the members support my motion. Thank you.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 78, CD1, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 19, Maui County Code on accessory dwellings on residentially zoned lots.
Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 78, CD1, 2026 on second and final reading.
Moved by Member Hodgins, seconded by Member Cook to pass Bill 78, CD1, 2026 on second and final reading. Discussion, Member Hodgins.
Thank you. Bill 78, CD1 would align the Maui County Code with Section 46-4.8 Hawaii Revised Statutes, which require counties to enact an ordinance by December 31st of this year to permit at least 2 accessory dwellings on residentially zoned lots. The version of this bill includes revisions to other than those recommended by the Planning Commissions. As a result, we can only pass it today with at least 6 affirmative votes as required by the Charter. Thank you, members, for the support of my motion, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, were you going to call Bill 84 afterwards? Okay. Okay. Do we take a vote on this first? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. And so I go back to you, Member Hodgins.
Oh, Chair, I just need to call it Bill 84. Chair, before you is Bill 84, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending Section 19.64.030 Maui County Code on Bed and Breakfast Homes on Molokai.
Member Hodgins.
Thank you. I move to pass Bill 84, 2026 on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, discussion, moved by Member Hodgins, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez. And do you have any discussion on Bill 84?
Yep. Bill 84 caps the number of bed and breakfast homes on Molokai at 5 and sets limits on where they can be located and how close they can be to each other. The Molokai Community Plan is currently the only area with no cap on B&B permits. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, member.
Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Unfinished business.
Chair, we currently have no one signed up to testify on unfinished business, so if there is anyone who would like to testify, this is last call. The countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one indicating desire to testify.
Okay, any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony on the unfinished business? Okay, so ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Resolution 26107, authorizing the acquisition of a condominium unit identified for real property tax purposes as tax map key 243-006-004-0140, located in Lahaina, Hawaii, for an amount not to exceed $278,000, exclusive of closing costs and expenses under subsection 3.44.015C, Maui County Code.
Vice Chair Sugimura, why was this unfinished business now?
They need to add more information.
Okay.
So I move to adopt resolutions 26-107.
Second.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, second by Member Paulton to pass this Resolution 26107.
Yep.
And discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
So I would like to ask the clerk to recall County Communications 26-22.
Ms. Clerk.
Chair, recalling County Communication 2622 from Council Vice Chair Sugimura, transmitting a proposed amendment to Resolution 26107 entitled Authorizing the Acquisition of a Condominium Unit Identified for Real Property Tax Purposes as Tax Map Key 243-006-004-0140, located in Lahaina, Hawaii, for an amount not to exceed $278,000, exclusive of closing costs and expenses under subsection 3.44.015C, Maui County Code.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. Referencing my ASF attached to County Communications 26-22, I move to amend resolutions 26-107 by 1, adding the appraisal as Exhibit C, adding a new whereas paragraph after the fourth whereas paragraph to say, whereas the council has reviewed the appraisal report attached as Exhibit C. 3, correcting the spelling of Honopi'ilani, Kupuna, and Zimmerman. And 4, deleting a comma in the first be it resolved clause. And I move to file County Communications 26-22. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Paulton to do this amendment. Any more discussion?
Chair, the appraisal report was received via testimony after the original meeting materials were posted. In the final post as County Communications 26-22, the appraisal report ends on page 24. Please disregard the remaining pages. This amendment adds the appraisal report as Exhibit C and makes minor spelling and formatting corrections.
Okay.
Got to vote.
Member Paulton.
Full support for Kupuna. Thank you for the CDBG crew for sticking with us all this time. And mahalo to Ohana Zimmerman. Thank you.
Any more discussion? This is on the amendment.
Right.
Member Johnson.
I'd just like to speak to the main motion as Madam Chair. Sorry.
Amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. Say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Now the main motion as amended, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. As many members know that I like to quote pop culture, so I have a new one today. In Star Wars, you often hear them say, well, Boba Fett always says, "This is the way." And today, this is how I think is the way. It actually comes from Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, and his quote is, "What stands in the way is the way." And I think that buying up house units with CBDG money is the way, especially housing our folks. You know, the whole Bill 9 issue and all this H3, H4 business. If the county would start buying these units in cash, I think that is the way. We often say how much it would save water, because you know how much water use the TBRs use. It homes locals. It keeps our open space open. It reduces urban sprawl. There's all these reasons why the county should be one of those cash buyers. So this is the way, according to Boba Fett. This, though, what stands in the way is the way, and that's Marcus Aurelio, Roman Empire. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Anybody with another way? Remember Rollins Fernandez?
No, this is the way.
This is the way. Okay.
I was waiting to hear Member Batangan ask the questions for our resources, since we asked them to stay till the item comes up, and then they're here.
Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. So I support the program as it's been described. I just have questions on the financing mechanism. Can I ask somebody from the department to explain how the use of CDBG funds are able to be utilized for purchase of units that go exclusively to wildfire survivors? I just was not clear on the financing mechanism.
The short answer is the feds allow it.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. Your question was, why were our funds used instead of DR? Was it more that?
I guess that is a question, but specifically, how is it that CDBG, like regular CDBG funds, can be utilized when there are restrictions on who is eligible to live in these units?
Okay. So when the wildfires happened, DR wasn't in place yet. So we were able, under the advice of HUD, we were able to reprogram our funds that was not being used toward something, toward anything that was eligible toward the Maui wildfires. So this was a way that we were able to help to house people. People who were of low to moderate income, and we decided to help the kupuna because they were probably the most needed, and that's why we ran this program. And that's why it's specifically for wildfires, because the money was reprogrammed for the Maui wildfires. We could do it only in that way.
Okay. And now that the CDBG DR funds have been awarded, and there are two different CDBG pots of money, the HUD is still comfortable with us utilizing this money for this purpose. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo for staying with us all day. I just didn't want you to have been with us all day for nothing. So mahalo for sharing that additional information.
But we tried to keep you entertained.
Yes.
Were you entertained?
We were very entertained.
Okay, very good.
Mission accomplished, Chair. Mahalo.
In my defense, had you been allowed to answer in the beginning of the meeting, you would not have had to stay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now look what we started. Okay. Any more business, Madam Clerk?
Chair, there's no further business before the council.
Okay. We didn't vote yet. We didn't vote yet. Okay, see, you distracted me.
Just that.
All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All hands, okay? All right. Was that on the main motion or the amendment?
That's on the main motion.
Okay. Main motion as amended passed. All 9 people in favor. Now, do we have any more business? Oh, Member Sinanci.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Before we adjourn, I just wanted to share that a couple members will be traveling to Louisiana for the annual conference, National Association of County Councils, where we'll be switching our leadership from Mr. JD to Mr. Dunlap. Yeah. To our first Vice President, Mr. Dunlap.
Oh, okay.
And voting in a new second Vice President.
Should be fun.
Sure. Ms.
Oh, no
Benatar.
wonder I've been getting her ads.
Yeah.
Do we have a new candidate for second VP of WIR in this room?
Member Sinanci.
Possibly. We're still thinking about it.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Think harder, faster.
Time's running out.
There's no deadline?
In the word of Star Wars, there is no do, there is, oh, I messed it up, sorry. Member Johnson, there is no try, there is only do.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, members.
Okay, everybody have a nice Tuesday. Okay?
I know, it feels like Friday, huh?
Feels like Friday. I wish it were Friday. Okay, this meeting, Member Vice Chair Sugimura.
Real fast. So during our lunch break, I zipped over to the Maui Ocean Center, and I provided omiyage, or a gift, to the Churami Aquarium, and they're from Okinawa. And what they want to do is establish a sister aquarium relationship with us at the Maui Ocean Center. And it's fabulous, the opportunity. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you, Chair.
When? This year? When?
We're going to establish it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Member Paulton.
2:30, the delegation from Japan is meeting in the mayor's conference room, if anyone wants.
That same delegation?
Different.
Higashi.
The other one's from Japan.
Oh, these guys are coming over frequently now. Yeah.
I think it's a disaster conference upstairs.
I think what they're establishing, they're going to establish a sister friendship city relationship with Maui. I think that's the intent of the meeting with the mayor.
All right. Thank you, everybody. And we will see you next time. All right?
Thank you,
This meeting is
everybody.
adjourned.
Good fun. Good.